Hello, hello, hello. Everything's working now. There we go. Welcome to Office Hours. You finish getting the old tie on. I'm going to make some people mad today. This stream is going to probably make some people angry. Because I'm going to make a video which is intentionally a little bit inflammatory to a certain part of the community. Mostly because those people will click the video. But I feel like it's also an important kind of context for the year. Because I already know what's going to happen if 3.18 doesn't release by the end of this year, which it probably won't be at this rate. Which is, people will do the thing. Hold up, almost done. We're probably not gonna have 3.18 now. Unless it released when I was setting up. Usually they do a release candidate first. Alright. Sorry you haven't seen it yet. I was just getting set up. Slightly inflammatory, is that you, Salty Pub? More like Trolley Pub. Let's get to the office. Welcome to the Office Hours. This is a live stream, if you couldn't tell by the length, especially if you're watching this after the fact, where we cover Star Citizen. That's an AMA where people come and ask questions. We cover the latest news. Let's get some water here in a moment. Do the things. As we come to the end of the year and less news comes out, it'll probably be more of a hangout and shoot the shit sort of situation, but I blindly trust CIG mostly because they have their money. 1 hour, yes. Well, for those of you who don't follow me on Twitter because you don't participate in that Hell Sites stuff, the topic we're going to be talking about today that I'm going to probably try to make into a small, a small segment, a small, what I would call them, a capsule, is the fact that we may only have one major patch in 2022 matter. Does it good or bad for Star Citizen? Is it signs of the end times coming? I'll give you a little bit of spoiler. It doesn't mean shit, despite what people might tell you. Because the patches don't matter. Patch numbers are bullshit and garbage, and major patches are all made up anyways. Outside of the 2, 3, and 4 moniker beforehands, patches don't fucking matter. Is 3.18 important? Yes, but 3.17.2 would have been called 3.18 if CIG hadn't marketed 3.18 as the PES patch. How do I know that? Because they did that with 3.15 or 3.16. 3.16 was just 3.15 dot whatever, 3.4 whatever, and they called it 3.16 anyways. And it's not the first time they've done that. Nice, Darsh. That's a good idea. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's just numbers. Like, the reality is that the reason the PR nightmare that they're going to go through with this. When I say nightmare, it's not really gonna be a nightmare. It's just gonna be a couple of sites that'll talk about how it's terrible, and then a bunch of people will be like, that plenty of early access titles do that. It's not unique. And then it'll just drive attention to CIG, and CIG will make more money because that's just the cycle. Just the cycle. But it is entirely in their own making. But, Hey, Code Monkey, how you doing? You could, oh yeah, no, Algrid is right. Trust the Hurston and to note Hurstons. You can always decline a Hurston contract. Hurston doesn't put a gun to your head and say work to you. They don't enslave people. They only enslave them after they've signed the contract and prey on people who are super desperate for work. It's not the same thing. Haters are the biggest fans. Yeah, it's not even haters. Like, most people in the media who cover Star Citizen probably give zero shits about Star Citizen. Let's be quite honest here. They give zero shits about Star Citizen. They're doing it because they know that people will click on it, because they'll get some money from it, because it's clickable. Same reason why I'm going to make a video that's titled only one major patch in 2022, and the thumbnail is going to be, is Star Citizen dying? Question mark. The reason why I'm going to do that, and those of you who watched it and came back here, hi, is because that's the titles that are going to happen, and people are going to click on them and try to argue in the comments. So it's like Hurston is the devil. Yes, that's exactly right. Real question, is 318 in active development, or did they put it in pot stirred? Ooh, that's like that one. Did they shelve development? Did they put it on the shelf? The point of that whole discussion we'll have is effectively, people put way too much stock in numbers and put in a stock in these sorts of things. What matters is content inside the patches. And I think the more interesting discussion is a discussion that someone like myself and morphologists will get into, because it comes down to basic philosophy. Those of you who don't know, there are two major philosophies when it comes to the following development of Star Citizen. So if you're new to the game, these are the two kind of camps that you'll start to see if you pay attention. There's the camp that's mostly people like myself, who are here for the long haul. Part of the enjoyment is to follow the game's development, play the game obviously, but we're looking forward to, people like myself are looking forward to where the game is going and enjoying the ride, getting excited for things like PES and server-side object containers and those sorts of things which most gamers really don't give a shit about, but are interesting because they build up to a larger whole. The earliest adopters of Star Citizen. And then there are people who are only interested in Star Citizen because it's a game they want to play, the game they're excited about, but a game, who really only care if it is the game, if it's the year for Star Citizen sort of thing. These are the people who are waiting for the Jesus patch, the content, people who keep asking when Pyro is coming out, even though, as I said before, you don't really want Pyro, you want content. That sort of thing. And neither of these philosophies are necessarily wrong. Both of them are valid ways of looking at Star Citizen's development. It's just, I find that the latter is going to be a lot more frustrated with Star Citizen's development, because they're not really in a linear pattern of add more content for you to play as game. So. Is that usually for the glasses? Yes, it is usually. That's why I don't tend to wear my glasses, because it tends to do that. But I can't see anything. Well, I can see things. I just tend to not. It's just harder to see. And no, I am not going to get contacts, because holy shit, I hate them. Because I don't really need them, but. Polly is I was doing my best. Polly is the Hurston. Okay, old man Al's personal barkeep and mixologist. He makes the Evercrack. That's my old man Al. Content creators who live and die by the salt. Not necessarily, and I don't want to come across as somebody who's attacking another content creator, because that's shitty. And to be honest, like, one of the things that I've been reflecting on this year a little bit, as part of what we're doing today. And one of the things that I constantly come back to is that this community fucking sucks sometimes, because it's terrible to people. It's great 9 times out of 10, but it's that 1 time out of 10 that I'm like, wow, that's fucking stupid. Like, the amount of shit Morphologist has gotten for statements is beyond dumb. like, he said, this isn't the year for Star Citizen. I got what he meant. He was not wrong. I think me and him disagree on some of the details, but the way that people acted like he took out their dog and shot it in the face when he said that was beyond dumb. So, like, and it's happened more than once with not just content creators, but with just people in the community. So, I do think that the community is often very abusive to content creators for no reason other than, I don't know, jealousy or anger. It seems odd that, you know, because especially with Reddit, it's a very common sight in Reddit where people are just like blaming content creators for everything. Like we personally delay the game because we make a reference that the devs hear. You know, it's not like if we say something, 50,000 other people haven't already said it or anything like that. No, it's just I don't like contacts because they're a pain in the ass to maintain. They're uncomfortable. I'm really terrible at putting things into my eye because I'm just gonna fuck it up. I'm sure I could get better at it, but it's just like I don't need glasses most of the time. So, who's more toxic, Star Citizen backers or Star Wars fans? Star Wars fans are by far high and above more toxic than Star Citizen fans. Star Citizen is got its problems, but Star Citizen is probably one of the better gaming communities out there, like hands down. Like I mentioned that there are some problems and that kind of shit happens, but at the same time, like legitimately, Star Citizen is one of the better communities out there. But like any community, you've got its outliers. You've got the people who are going to be the exception that proves the rule, that kind of stuff. People got so angry at morphologists for saying that Star Citizen won't blow up in content, while Salty Mike and Grumpy Eye really do it every video. Crazy how inconsistent the mob mentality is sometimes. I don't watch Grumpy Eye, really. I don't really know who that person is. I'm sure they have a following, but I've seen like a couple of snapshots of their videos watching Salty Mike, and it's just like, yeah, nope, not my content. Not my monkey, not my zoo, not my monkeys or whatever. It's just not my thing. Board Gamer's a saint. He how can he be angry? He just shills NordVPN. I think that often people don't realize that content creators are people. So like, people make mistakes. People, you know, will say things, and people will double down on their own mistakes, or you know, get embarrassed and stuff like that. And also, just people are jerks to people in the public. So honestly, I've never heard of half the creators some backers complain about. There's a huge community. Like, let me get on a little bit more of a critique, and this is constructive critique hour for CIG. CIG, you are abandoning the YouTube community. You focus solely on Twitch, and I get why, because Tyler Witkin, the community director at CIG, is much more comfortable with Twitch, but and so that's where it is. And a lot of the people who are in the community team are more comfortable with Twitch content creators. But there is a vast quantity, a massive amount of YouTube content, which is produced daily by YouTube content creators whom I barely have heard of because I stumbled upon their videos because YouTube suggested me to see them, that I know no one else has heard of, that CIG has never reached out to, because CIG doesn't really utilize YouTube, which is a mistake in my opinion. But remember, being wrong means you were lying, always. I can only take so much negativity from a content creator before just changing the channel. It might be part of the Lumberyard Agreement. I can't imagine it's just Lumberyard Agreement. Ollie43 is a big content creator on YouTube. Yes, I know. And he does get a lot of attention from CIG, and Ollie's a great dude. But I don't mean Ollie. I mean people my size. You know, people know me because I do content on YouTube and Twitch. In fact, I know that there's a lot of people who watch me who don't know I do The Astro Historian, and many people who watch The Astro Historian who don't know I do The AstroPub. Because it's happened multiple times where people come on and be like, wait, are you The Astro Historian? It's like, hello and welcome to The Astro Historian. My name is Paul Shelley and welcome to The Astro Historian. Like, they hit the voice and they go, oh, I recognize it now. And that's only been split for like 3 months. like those two channels have only been split for like 3 months. You are? Yeah, I would have never heard of Inforunner, Space Tomato, and so many other without YouTube. I wish CIG would utilize YouTube more. The only reason why I use Twitch is when Star Citizen has Silicon Live. Exactly. Like, and I get to a degree it's because they have a working partnership with Amazon, and so there's probably some incentive or some at least desire not to upset the apple cart by going to a competitor. But it's also like CIG is not owned by Amazon, and YouTube is a market that they use already for their marketing. They use YouTube ads all the time. So why utilize YouTube ads and not leverage YouTube creators who have a wider audience? Because YouTube has a much wider audience than Twitch does on a general basis. So, does the BMM pave the way for the Kraken? Yes, it does. I watch Salty Mike nearly as much as I watch Paul, and I feel he gets spun 100% negative about the game all the time. He feels like more moderate to me. Salty Mike is not negative about the game. If Salty Mike was negative about the game, he wouldn't be fucking playing. I've known Mike for years. Dude doesn't hate Star Citizen. He just is critical of CIG, which is fine. Like, I'd have Mike more often on shows. The problem is that Mike and I are literally on opposite ends of like time shit. We both have been like, it's so difficult to get on each other's shows or even to like talk with each other more often because our schedules are so often or so weird. I've known Mike for fucking 4 years now. Like, he's not that at all. It's very wholesome. Yeah. Mike is critical for the right reasons. I think he can get a little overboard sometimes, but I think he'd even recognize that. I can get overboard sometimes and get heated about stuff, so. Now, I haven't done ISE yet. We've been just kind of talking a little bit about stuff. But before we get into furthermore, because we've been talking for almost 20 minutes. There's my latest work. I decided to finally build one of these things because I have a bunch of them. Like a bunch of kits for them, but I've never built them because I never really found a use for them. Yeah, I need to finish my I have a bunch of Rebel minis I got to finish as well. But I really like the base on this one. I actually got the GW Skulls like basing edition, and I put one of the Tau Skulls on here because I had this right here, hard to see, but right here, this drone. I kind of snipped up an old drone top and it a crashed drone, so I figured to put a little towel there. Oh, yeah, just I know that feeling. I know that feeling. A pile of clones and Imperials to paint. I've had them for a year already. God, this is me because I just bought the new Imperial Guard box set. I'm like, I gotta fucking finish what I have. Like, I have so much left that I have to finish that I haven't started yet. So I managed to get about half of them done before the box came, but I still have some ones that I've kind of put off entirely for a while. And then I've got 3 more vehicles I gotta do, and then a couple of like heroes I gotta paint. And then I'll get back to it. So, oh, the new girls. They're great. Yes, that's crazy. By the way, Paul, because from my point of view, you're one of the biggest content creators out there. I'm not. I'm really not. I mean, according to Twitch stats, I'm the 34th largest Twitch streamer on Twitch, which sounds impressive, but that means that I'm not really I'm in the top 50, I guess. But it doesn't mean nearly as much as you think. And on YouTube, I'm even smaller as a fish. Like, my videos and my subscriber count is very, very low, even for the Astro Historian stuff. Comparison to like just an average video, like Mike will do a reaction video and get twice as many views on a reaction video as I do on an entire like lore video, simply because it's not content that the algorithm is set up to find, nor is it really content that people are looking for. But then I do a video reviewing the 318 stuff, make a nice little catchy title, and I get 4,000 views. Why? Because I understand how YouTube works. I'm just not willing to play the algorithm game quite yet because I just don't see a need for it, and I don't want to drown my video. I don't want to niche myself into a corner when it comes to a lot of this stuff, except for the Astro Historian, obviously. You finish my Lord of the Rings army and my Star Wars forces. I've worried that when I won't have my weight in unpainted minis and therefore won't be a real gamer anymore. Serve the Talva. Hey, Belty. I actually have an entire, like, I've gotten to the point where I painted all of the tile that I want to paint and I still have pet tile left over. Just like, I don't want to paint more Fire Warriors. I just don't have any need for Fire Warriors. I've already painted like, God, 70 of them. I just don't need any more. Everyone fights the algorithm. Yes. Finish? What do you mean? So, what do you have? Still so naive. I mean, there's just no real reason for me to just go out and buy more stuff that I can't finish. I get the idea of like, oh, everyone wants to have all these cool things that they want to paint eventually, but I kind of want to paint them and enjoy them. So. Just click the title, Star Citizen Lore Dead. Yeah, but that's good for like 1 or 2 videos. A good example, something that I'll just kind of, before, I've been rambling a little bit, so we'll get into the ISC here in a moment. But a good example of kind of how I kind of know how to use the algorithm a little bit is the latest video. The latest video is the whole series. I decided to do an experiment. I looked on Google Trends for what is trending with Star Citizen and found that whole A is like the 4th most like attached trending topic for Star Citizen through Google Analytics. I'm like, that seems odd. Whatever. Maybe I'll just try it. I'll do it. There's not tons of lore on the whole series. That I found recent lore anyway. So it's like, let's do a little bit of a lore dive in the whole series. Line go up. Like instantly, it's the best video I've done in a month. It's like, how this Google thing works. Do a live stream of you just painting, no talking, just painting. Maybe one of those 10-hour holiday fires in the background. I plan on doing that on Monday. Let's start doing some of that. Because Monday I get off. I'm at home. I'm home by like 2. So I'm planning on sitting down and finishing up painting my my freelancer that I have. So 318 development, title it. Oh yeah. How do you think indirect homicide will work? Like if you were able to disable your ship and you run out of air 2 hours later, I'm assuming that the game can track your status. So if your ship is disabled and you were labeled as the person who disabled the ship and that person dies, because of the lack of oxygen, or because of the environment inside that ship, then you will be blamed for that death. What do you get a model freelancer to paint, if you don't mind me asking? Not at all. The people who make it are officially licensed by CIG. They're called JR Design and Fabrications. Darj, could you hit me with a link? I know you're still in chat. Darionator is the one of theirs. He works for them. So he actually is doing a bunch of social media stuff, I guess, was it, Darj? So he has some hooks up to it. Let me show you real quickly what it looks like. They're actually different scales. They have this scale, which is 1/500th scale, I think. This is a cutlass, obviously. Then they have this scale, which is the 1 in 50, 175, 1/200. I can't remember. I think it's 1/200. This is the one I haven't finished yet. You can see that the turrets aren't painted yet, the engines aren't painted yet. I got to go through with some gray and go over them. But I've already started kind of getting a little bit of a highlight with the sheen you can see on it. 1 in 200, yeah. They're selling out some more stuff too in the new year. They've got a bunch of new 1/500 scale stuff. Will indirect homicide even be a thing? I can't imagine it'd be fun for criminals. All that cautious shutdown comms, isolate, shoot someone down, get away with it, only to get hit by CS later. Yes, it probably will be a thing. And it's even worse than that, because if you die, you regen. So in theory, you could easily report the crimes of someone who did it without even having to have CS or anything, or like have any like comm stations, stuff like that down. So yeah, of course it's not fun for criminals, but it's also not. You're not supposed to be. Criminals are not supposed to be a fun profession. Being a criminal is supposed to be basically Star Citizen's version of hard mode. Is using ERB videos a valuable tool when teaching history classes? I'm trying to remember ERB. My brain is not working. It's the end of the year, so I don't know I don't recognize that one. Oh, epic rap battles? I've only used one. And it's for not even for history. I'd use it for economics. But no, unfortunately, because Criminal SC's Iron Man mode, effectively. Because the other thing is that criminals are going to be pushed out of a certain space. So, for instance, if I remember correctly, or into like a place like Pyro. Remember correctly, the UEE will not prosecute people who commit acts of crime outside of UEE space for crimes committed against UEE personnel or like people who venture into that area. I mean, obviously if it's a military operation, they'll prosecute. So I don't think you're necessarily going to get a crime stat for killing someone in Pyro, unless that someone is the UE Navy. And that kind of thing, so. What do you think about CIG having longer prison sentences? Months to even years, depending on one of the offense. They add more to the system, more systems. Years? No, they're not going to do that. CIG won't do that. I would love to see public executions or some sort of like death penalty implemented for players who commit heinous crimes as a mark of honor, almost. Because, you know, it doesn't matter that much, and you could still have, like, it could definitely be a fucked up thing to do as well, because you're going to be regened anyways. But I feel like, as weird as that sounds, it fits in with Star Citizen's concept of game, and it works as a gameplay mechanic. It's kind of a grimdark idea to have like, you know, executions in a game for as part of a crime, but you want to see public execution? I do in Star Citizen. I do, because it does fit with the theme. Like, if you remember, like Starship Troopers, the movie, you know, the like his execution live, all net, all channels. Would you like to know more? That's dark as shit. But like Star Citizen is cribbing a lot of those vibes from things like Starship Troopers. So it would definitely hammer home the not so subtle hint that the UAE isn't really fully democratic as they like to think they are. Real death, completely wiped, yes. Yes, public executions 4.0, yeah. I like overly sarcastic productions. They're good. But I usually tend to watch them and listen to them on as a private thing, not as a public thing, not as like a school thing. Having longer sentences is completely unreasonable, given that escaping is valid gameplay loop. But that sentence would stand in that system. The issue with longer sentences is it has to be balanced to what you can do in prison. So unless CIG has a very valid long-term loop for prison gameplay that would make players more viable, or people wanting to stay in prison for whatever reason, then having long sentences to punish players is arbitrary and dumb. The purpose of prison sentences is to add a little bit of flavor. It'll add more depth to the universe, but it's also a kind of consequence. Not a punishment, but a consequence for fucking up. Because if you fucked up so bad that you got put in prison, like, it's CIG's way of saying, get good, scrub. Why did you commit a crime and then get caught, you dumbass? That's kind of the mentality of what prisons are. But they're not entirely like a punishment. It's just a consequence. You can no longer run around like a pirate or like a criminal and do what you were doing before. Now you have to play the system in order to move on. And sometimes you want to go there because you'll get reputation with certain gangs. That sort of kind of loop that they'll do in the future. But it's not a punishment as much. So like longer sentences don't really add any more weight to that already exists. Oh, Velocity, how you doing, buddy? You could put a Will/Tom Riker thing where one of you serves your prison sentences, the other respawns in a medical facility. No, you can't, because that doesn't work. There's no transporter accidents in Star Citizen, sadly. Once you die, you die. Once you die, you die, and you respawn and you regen into another location. The bigger punishment will be loss of reputation, but not really. Reputation is such an important part of the game that going to prison will probably increase your reputation amongst some criminal gangs, because you'll be able to do, again, this is a completely like theory crafting, but it's something that I think CIG would be a fool not to implement, which is there's almost certainly going to be some sort of mission chain that only exists in prisons, that you can get reputation with certain gangs in those prisons, which will then help you out when you get out of those prisons with those gangs outside of prison. Because in reality, prison is often seen as criminal college, because a lot of criminals go in for petty crimes and then leave in larger organizations and then come back, eventually may eventually get caught and come back for more heinous crimes, for larger crimes, because they made the connections. They made the social connections with the other prisoners whom they needed to improve their own skills in the future. So that tracks. You know, if you can think of it as a giant like criminal convention, where you're going to go meet other people and, you know, swap cards, that makes sense. They do, Darsh. Even in the Pacific, even in Europe, that's still the same thing. But if your memory engram got imprinted twice in different places, Paul, if your memory engram got imprinted twice in different places, it would go to the most recent engram, the most recent imprint. If that imprint gets destroyed in some way, then it defaults to the next one. Because again, the UE is fucking with technology they don't fully understand. Wonder for a minor misdemeanor, the UE will allow them to sign Hurston work contracts. I still like the idea of doing, when they have NPCs a little bit in better shape, post 4.0, of doing suicide squads, where like you can volunteer to be part of a prison crew where you get like stun guns and you have to go through like a huge EF that's been taken over by, you know, Ninetales or like a base, and go clear out that base with stun guns as part of your way of reducing your sentence. Yeah, Dirty Dozen in Star Citizen. Yeah, Suicide Squad, Dirty Dozen, that kind of thing. Yeah, I know it's video games, but I mean, Star Citizen is trying to be believable, not real. And it would be believable to add that. It would also add an interesting flavor to the universe and to the gameplay, because going to prison to get reputation would be a legitimate way to grind reputation with certain groups, and would have its own unique prison missions, which you wouldn't have in the outside world. So it's all about adding more flavor and diversity to the universe. That's my opinion, at least. I think it makes sense. Tech they got from Vanduul of all things. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. If for some reason your most recent and second most recent imprints both got pushed out into the verse, so there would be no, that wouldn't happen. That's not how regen works. Oh, and any hostile you kill adds to your sentence, so you have to knock them out and not steal anything from them. Yeah. I'd go for Kelly's Heroes in Star Citizen. Nobody said nothing about locking horns with no Vanduul, baby. I wonder if the original inventors are the Kurthok. We don't know who they are. I think they should have financial penalties as well. For example, fining Padrammer for the equivalent value of the ship they destroyed. That kind of stuff's already in game, and it'll probably continue to get dialed in as time goes by. A lot of this has to do, again, with another problem I have, and this is one of those big problems I have, which is CIG is not getting rid of the current criminality system, which is a mistake. I think, I'm checking just because I'm making sure my computer, my freaking Wi-Fi doesn't die on me, because it's happened before. Not Wi-Fi, but a router. CIG not moving away from the current criminality system into a more of a reputation-based criminality system is a mistake, in my opinion. I think the current version's stupid. I think it's not immersive. I think it's arbitrary and just a general bad idea. Just a bad way of doing criminality in a game that is complicated and nuanced as Star Citizen's trying to be. It's too black and white. Criminal, not criminal. It's like that's not how criminality works in reality, and shouldn't be how criminality works in Star Citizen. The idea being, we should have a reputation-based system where your reputation can also have consequences, including jail. And so if you have a negative reputation too much, you commit crimes. I'm not saying the criminality background system they use is a bad idea. It's just the background system they use and then attach it to a 4-star CS rating is dumb. It should be more attached to individual reputation levels, because that would make a little bit more sense. Yeah, the bounty marker system is dumb, but even taking that away, the concept of having, oh, you're suddenly, 3-star wanted, now this many people, is so gamey. It's so 2002 game, early GTA stuff, that it's like, why? It's super cut and dry. It doesn't make a lot of sense. When you have reputation should be the thing that just denotes what you can and can't do in the game and how hostile you are. So doing certain actions against certain groups should land you criminality charges, because especially places that have laws, they already have a law system, you just tie that into the reputation system. Same thing. The current system should just be like, the back-end system is fine, but the CS system is dumb. The criminality system, the criminal rating stuff is fucking stupid. It's absolutely dumb. I don't care who disagrees with me on this one. It's just, it is a blunt instrument when they should be using a scalpel. What I miss in the lore the last 13 weeks? Well, welcome back, Tyler. If you wanna watch for that lore, I've got 13 weeks worth of lore over the last on the Astro Historian. There's some stuff, nothing really big that I can think of in terms of lore shattering concepts. We did learn about the Tavaran a little bit. We learned a little bit more about the Bakul, which is a Tavaran hand-to-hand melee weapon, and a little bit more about what I like to call the Third Tavaran War, the conflict between the exterior Tavaran, the Tavaran outside the UEE, and the Tavaran inside the UEE. There's a story called Crossroads, which talks about that, so. Beer crafting here, but it would be cooler if there were missions to inspect wrecks and you discover evidence of pointing to the perpetrator. Sure, but probably not for players. Thank you, 4over. Full AI gone rogue, but we get 95% of damage resistance armor and Demico LMGs. The law system currently sucks, but it'll get a proper rep system, and until it gets a proper rep system, it's gonna suck. Yeah, I just feel like it's something that CIG should emphasize more. Like, especially if they're doing bounty hunting 2.0, they need to do criminality system 2.0. Like, bounty hunting, if bounty hunting is going to be a major aspect, then that should be a prerequisite before doing bounty hunting. Because that makes it a lot more complicated and nuanced, because a bounty hunter attacking somebody who has the criminality, like who's got a contract on them from the UE, that person may have good standing with other, or that NPC may have good standing with another faction. So by capturing that person, you're getting negative reputation with that faction, which would then have bounty hunters be sent out to you, or assassins sent out to you, or those sorts of things. It's a back and forth. It should be more fluid, and where your actions always have consequences, but the consequences aren't black and white. Having bad reputation with the UEE or any local, like having bad reputation with Hurston doesn't necessarily mean that you're wanted by the UEE. Breaking Hurston's laws is not the same as breaking UEE law, because they may not be the same. So the Hurstons have to send out bounty hunters, but the UEE won't be bothered to deal with your problem. You can still be welcome in most other places just because you did a boo-boo. Just because you have a parking ticket in San Diego doesn't mean you're going to get arrested for it in Chicago unless they start amping up
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
the whole shebang, but they usually won't. Oh, we're getting raided? Why am I not seeing this? Oh no, we got Scape. Scape has become a member. Thank you, Scape, for becoming a member. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Crab clearing missions in caves or bunkers, another redemption mission type. Yeah, those kind of things as well. No, I don't need a new router. I just need a new ISP. Hey, it's Nick. How you doing, buddy? And yeah, unfrozen. Love your content. Been watching you for about a year. Thank you, Ronnie, for watching. Thank you for watching after the split, after all that kind of stuff too. Is there any lore on the people in Stanton before the UE came in? We have only a minor idea of who was here before. I'm going to do a video on it. Because what we do know about them is that they were squatters, that they existed here and they were living here for some time before the UE showed up. We also know that they were forcibly evicted, and the lore called them outlaws, pirates, wildcat miners, and settlers. So these were people who wanted to live outside of the UE's protection for a reason, and the UE decided to remove them from their land. Because it was too valuable as a system. It's pretty fucked up, and I'm looking forward to them really examining and kind of touching in, like deep diving into the background of the original settlers of Stanton, because that would be an interesting lore point. Interested in any connection between the Stanton early inhabitants and the Artemis crew landing on Microtech? That's the thing, and that's one of those things that a lot of people don't realize, is that the Artemis crew landing on Microtech is actually in fiction. It's not real. It's like Indiana Jones discovering the Lost Ark. It's the same concept. They clarified that, because for a long time people thought that was actual lore, but no, it's pulp fiction inside the universe of Star Citizen. Is that Galaxica emote? I love it. I love it. One man raid. Thank you, Scape. Yeah, UE showed up and we're like, mine now. That is great. That is great. Did they ever find out what happened to the Artemis crew? They have no idea. No one has any idea about what happened to the Artemis crew. Still. Pairs well with, yeah, Jake. Like those Apollo movies they mentioned, I hope they make clips of that. Yeah, the astromedics. We still have to follow up the core UE laws, though, Polly. We just add a few more to help ensure that they stay within the laws of the UEE. Oh yeah. The Hurstons still have to follow the core laws. Yeah. But there's also additional laws, like, for instance, recreational substances, like the drug laws. Like some of the illegal drugs are not illegal in some of the settlements. Some of the jurisdictions, like ETAM, I don't think is illegal in Hurston. Yeah, in Star Citizen, we don't retcon. We turn stuff into Pulp Fiction. Effectively, they just say, nope, none of that happened. It's all in fiction. It's all like a TV show or a book series in the game. Yeah, they do that all the time, and it's intentional to a degree, because they always knew that the early stuff they were going to write was never going to match up with the stuff that they were going to eventually have. So they always called these serialized fiction for a reason. So whenever you see something that's labeled as serialized fiction, take it with I'm not going to say, take it with a pinch of salt. Not a grain of salt, a pinch of salt. It's mostly true. It can mostly be true, but always take a little bit of caution that it could not be true. Paul, but then I turn Redeemer into in-game fiction. Yes, I do. Historic fiction, yeah. We all miss Levski. Levski is it's going to be so weird when Nyx is added to the game and before the heat death of the universe. But when we go to Nyx and all the new players who've joined the Star Citizen be like, wow, this is really cool. And all of us being like, come here, young lad. Let us tell you the story of Lagski. This is not my first time. Oh, far from it. It was, in fact, the first time we could land on a planet. The old manning is going to increase dramatically when Levski comes back. Wonder if Star Citizen is going to have a TV/movie also. If Chris Roberts can turn Star Citizen into a successful IP. I'm old enough to remember that when you couldn't leave Levski and people were running rescue missions. Ah, the great Levski airlift, when people would fly in to rescue people because you couldn't spawn anything in at Levski. I googled Gemini 42 and I don't see anything, Darsh. It's telling me to go to a place called Fireplaces, like Astro Fireplaces. Oh, I see the IMDb. I see it. Gemini 42 Entertainment. Yeah, that's the technical. That's the production company that does all technical. That did all the technical content before. I guess 2015, 2018. Around the Verse was technically under Gemini 42. Yeah. Oh man, it makes me miss the few and Escape the Pit. Yeah. I had that too. Slime and Widow is illegal in Hurston, or should be. It would compete with Evercrack. We need to protect our product. You were saying earlier that after you die, you can just report to your murderer. I'm guessing in the lore and gameplay reason behind it, why you can't just do that besides nullifying the need for a comma raise, is that you can just die from overcharged rock and be like, oh yeah, 420, your mom 69 killed me. If it wasn't captured and comma raid didn't happen. Yeah, you're not going to necessarily, like, the reason why you might be able to get a crime stat in game because someone saw you, because someone respawned, is because they have sensor data, and that's going to be the in-game hand-wavy thing that you have this information, but not necessarily, because it's going to also be like your word against theirs sort of thing. We don't have the full idea behind it, but regeneration completely screws up a lot of their plans, because in reality, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to not be able to accuse people of crimes if you just regenerated. Obviously, you died, and you can accuse somebody of a crime. So they put all 318 features in a year in review. Does that mean they're going to push it out this year? That's a good question. We're going to talk a little bit about it today, but my answer is I think they still plan on it, but I severely doubt it. So RDR crime witnessed. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see courtroom gameplay. It's still owned by CR and Ortwin. Yes, I'm sure they're going to be using it for the making of Star Citizen, which is still in filming. So Do you feel there's too much negative content, or do you feel it's balanced? For Star Citizen, I feel it depends on, like, all right. This is going to sound condescending. It doesn't mean to be. Because the vast majority of y'all who are watching me are between the ages of 25 and 35. Some of you are older than that. In fact, a lot of you are older than that. So when I say this, I'm not meaning to be condescending. It's more of a just kind of like a little splash of water. Y'all are adults. You can filter out your content. If you don't like to see somebody who's being negative, you just go, I do not like to see this content anymore, or I don't want to see this video. Do not recommend this video. Do not recommend this creator anymore. That doesn't mean that YouTube will never see you again. Doesn't mean that Twitch you'll never be able to see them Twitch. You just ignore them and find content you do like. So it's like, if you do not like more negative content, or if you don't like content that has a negative or critical angle to it, you don't have to. Just filter out the content. No one, and it's the same, vice versa. If you don't like people who are very excited and hyped and promoting the game, if you want to try to be like, oh, these people, you don't have to. You don't have to go into my comments and tell me I'm a white knight or that I'm killing Star Citizen. You just don't have to go. You just don't have to watch. Like, that's fine. There are plenty of other content out there. I only mention it because I've gotten both, sometimes in the same week, where someone called me a white knight, and then like someone else told me that if I didn't like the game, I should just take a break. It's like, wow, okay, I guess I'm doing something right. There's Star Citizen content creators I don't vibe with. I know I rarely play with almost every. I play with all of them. A few just muted or blocked because I just don't want to interact with their personalities. Yeah. Don't tell me what I have to do, Paul. I'm just reminding y'all, a gentle reminder that if you don't like content, you don't have to engage with it. We live in this wonderful universe right now where we have so much content. We have more content to keep ourselves busy than we have ever had in human history. You don't have to consume all of it. Sometimes you can just move on. Joke, where does the Astro historian live? In Loreville. Oh, that's Old Man Hurston, isn't it? I think you overestimate my adultness. It's not 1894. The TV has an off switch. 1984. Yeah, the TV has an off switch. We should have so many other stuff. The Astronaut speaks. I see you take CIG to task when they're wrong. You are hardly a white knight. My opinions tend to be my opinions. And I tend to have very, very poignant opinions about certain things. But I also feel, just in general, like I don't feel like complaining will do much. I don't feel like harping on things that CIG does or hasn't done in the past is really helpful. You know, because you see those videos where people are like, oh, CIG said this was constantly coming out in the near future, constantly coming out in the future, as some sort of evidence that CIG doesn't know what they're doing. When the answer is, that's just one part of the context. You don't see any of the other things that have gone on in the background, where they had to put this ship away because they had to focus on this ship, or they had to help this team out to get this done, or this got done faster, so they fixed that. This completely broke, or they started working on it and realized it needed something else, so they put it away, and then they came back when they felt they had more stuff and they needed more things to be done. There's a lot of context for those sorts of things. So when I see people engage in those kind of content, I just kind of roll my eyes and go, why even bother? What's the point? You're like, it's like when someone says, maybe it's also the historian to me, where it's like when someone goes like, oh, well, this person who lived in the 1940s said a racial slur, so they're racist. It's like, yes and no. By our standards, they are, but by their standards, they may have been progressive. Like, were there people who were like as outgoing as we are today, or have similar values? Of course, there have been people like that for all of history. But it wasn't the vibe. It wasn't the main cultural thing. You know, you look back at things like Amos and Andy or other kind of shows. You know, as someone who's queer, Will and Grace, my wife, who's also queer, loves Will and Grace. I fucking hated it. But I also understand that it was a time of it. It was from its time. It was of its time. and it doesn't exist anymore. And I think that's the same kind of people who are obsessed with those sort of things kind of will do the same thing. And it's really bad with video games because they'll do that a lot, where like a video game developer will say one thing and then they'll be like, oh, well, this one thing they said was the whole crux of the entire reason why I was fantastic about this game. And then it didn't happen the way I wanted to. So now I'm fucking angry. And it's like, let's take this back a little bit, keep into context other things, and try to keep our expectations level. So there's a lot to filter. There is a lot. That is true. And it's easier to be angry than it is to be introspective. Trust me, anger it's so much nicer. You feel better because you just, you feel like you can focus on something. And, I am not immune to anger. I get it myself. But yeah. Oh, you're right. Harping about unchangeable things or things that aren't directly involved is not helpful. But we do need to make sure CIG sticks to their promises. It's not the same, though. I don't think holding up a sign that says John Crew on this date said this thing about this, is not holding CIG accountable, because it's completely, it doesn't get to the core fact. Because if your argument is CIG hasn't implemented hex codes, or CIG is bad at dealing with large ships, or they're overpromising and underdelivering, taking clips that are out of context to the rest of the development at the time to play as some sort of like holding them accountable doesn't do anything but piss them off. And it doesn't get their attention either. It's just a CIG employee will take one look at that and go, that happened 2 years ago. We're not the same company that was 2 years ago. We've learned and evolved and changed since then, and just ignore you. And guess what? The community does too, and it moves on. Like the concept of we have to hold CIG accountable, like you're never going to. You go to the press promotes a story, and then CIG makes a fucking record amounts of money. It happens all the time. I've been following this project for a long time. And you're never going to see that. The only way you hold CIG accountable is through, this is going to sound really weird, but memes, humor, making fun of them and their content as quickly as possible, as suddenly as possible. That's the reason why CIG did a huge 180 on hover mode, because everyone was banging on them about it. And it wasn't like people were dogging on them like this is the worst idea in the universe, and this is just going to break the game, like you see with things like Quantum Boost and the new movement stuff that people are angry about right now. The reason why was because people were making videos laughing about how terrible this decision was and how bad this gameplay was, and just continued to harp on them until Chris Roberts felt, or the team felt, like they were embarrassed, and they pulled it. CIG doesn't respond to criticism. They respond to humiliation. That's the reality. I jokingly said that CIG hates memes. No, they respond to humiliation. Because the CIG loves to see their game. Notice this. CIG has never, I think maybe once, they've promoted one of my videos, and that was about Jumptown when Jumptown came back, which is thank you CIG for that one. But 9 times out of 10, if you see CIG promoting a video, it's because it's an in-game video, often showing off the graphic fidelity or gameplay in some interesting way. Why? Because that is their hallmark. That is the thing they're sticking to. So if you can show them the opposite, if you risk showing CIG that CIG look bad, like that their game isn't doing as well, then the average person at CIG will get more upset about that content and change it. Which is why you're never going to get any movement about concept ships. This is how they make money. Great answer. Great answer. I'm in my 50s, and I appreciate the professionalism and how you provide the content. The question provided great information that flowed once the initial question was answered. Thank you. Sorry. I get onto these circuitous paths when I talk, so. Memes are thicker than salt. Yeah. The one thing I took from the end of the roundup was Jared said, no one else is doing what we're doing. It's easy to forget sometimes. It's true. Because CIG's nuts. There is not a common consensus among video game developers in terms of dealing with what Cloud Imperium is doing. Everyone I know who is involved in the video games industry who follows CIG is usually in one of two camps. Either these people are fucking gods to be able to get, like, they're so lucky to be able to do what they're doing. And other people are like, this is going to explode. This project is going to implode and kill everyone involved. There is no in between. There's no one who's just like, yeah, it'll be pushed out in 5 years or whatever. Like, and that's across the board, from developers to coders to like gameplay programmers to marketers to the publishers. People I've seen take on CIG it's split down the middle. Oh, someone's asking what the hover mode was. So hover mode was this arbitrary mode where if you got a certain distance from the ground, your ship would suddenly switch from flying like it does now to flying like a helicopter. So your ship would suddenly move left to right a little bit more. Your thrusters would suddenly become either stronger or weaker. I can't remember which, but it would completely change the mode. So no, right now you're flying your ship like a spaceship and, a little bit like an airplane. But when you got close enough, you would be able to, like, every little tiny maneuver you would do, left, right, it would suddenly bank your ship. You'd have to kind of bank your ship around like you would a helicopter. And it was this arbitrary switch mode. The problem was it was activated when you were in a hangar. So if you try to take off and you hit you put too much emphasis on the the movement, you would just flip and then crash into the side of a hangar. More people did that than actually flew. It made the skill ceiling, the skill level, it planked like this, where people who didn't play the game too often and were just completely they couldn't get out of their hangars. And some people got better at it. I myself got better at it, and I understand why it existed and also why it was removed, but that's an example. Also, great use of Securitas. Many legit devs have said Star Citizen isn't possible. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, there's two camps. There are people who say this is an impossible game that will never work, and people who say this is a heavily ambitious game that they're doing that no one else has tried to do. I think I made this point before. It goes again. When Terra was being localized, there were 16,000 post-thread where people were wanting to change 1 to 13 weapons from red, purple to purple, purple to red, and they won. It got changed, instant backlash. It's too red. You ruined the game. Change 1 through 13. Terra, I guess, is a game. Like level 1 through 13. Oh, 1 through 13 weapons. Yeah, I mean, yeah, people are gonna have opinions. That's for sure. But yeah, but there's another term that I think should be held, is that you catch more bees with honey, more flies with honey than you do with salt. People are a lot more willing to listen to you if you're giving them the benefit of the doubt or giving them more positive aspects. So. Why do a lot of people think Star Citizen's a scam? It has a lot to do with its origins. First off, it's a Kickstarter game, so any game that has been Kickstarted has huge amounts of scrutiny to it, because when Star Citizen got taken off the ground, it was the big fad, the big thing for people to use Kickstarter and social and crowdfunding to start video games. Very few ended up releasing. Probably less than 10% of those games ever did. As a result, a lot of people began to, especially in 2013 and 2014, began to distrust any game that was crowdfunded. Star Citizen, being practically the poster child for crowdfunding video games for a long time, became the focal point for this game is a scam, because they would sell ships and not get anything out. And while Star Citizen would eventually move forward, there were some aspects, like, for instance, the Goon Swarm, the folks from EVE who were from Something Awful forums. They tried to get really close with a lot of Star Citizen or CIG developers And when CIG, when they didn't have a lot of the influence that they had with Eve developers, with CCP, with CIG, they flipped on CIG and began to call it a scam. And there are some other legitimate things, like CIG was pretty bad and still is pretty bad about letting out negative news. So like delays and, that's one of the things constant. So that didn't help. And then on top of it, Chris Roberts has this tendency to promise these massive, he's a Molyneux. He'll come out with these grand ideas, which are big and expansive, and then never achieve them. He did that with Freelancer. He's done that with a lot of his games. And so a lot of people have rightfully been concerned that Chris Roberts is promising the moon and is going to deliver, Australia. not terrible, but it's not the moon. That kind of thing. So there's some back for it. But a lot of it is also some people just want to have fun and fuck around. Because the one thing that's true is that especially early on, Star Citizen backers were very easily rustled. Their jimmies were super easily rustled because they were mostly older folks, the 50s and 60s, or between 45 and 60 years old was the backer range because of Chris Roberts games. And a lot of them who hadn't played video games in years weren't really used to online discourse. So when someone was trolling them on a forum, they got really personal really quickly. Effectively, it's, Facebook, if you can think about that. It's how Facebook is today, was early Star Citizen backing. So it was very easy for people to fuck with them. How dare you, sir? Hey, Scott. There were some other minor bugs like VTOL ships not having fore or aft thrusters in VTOL mode, but nothing about hovering mode is fatally flawed. It just needed some tweaking. I was in my mid-30s when this started. I will be retirement age before it get released, probably. Depends on when retirement age for your is for your country. It's odd hearing a lot of this. Star Citizen, at its base, has always been a game I've dreamed about. A lot of people have, and that's the other thing, is that I think the vast majority of people who know about Star Citizen, because the secret is nobody knows about this game. It is a very, very obscure game that the vast majority of gamers have never heard of. Hopefully, they will hear about it. But it's not really as big as people think it is. Both haters and white knights alike. Super fans and trolls. Doesn't matter. There was this constant idea, and this is going to sound funny to people who joined the last 3 years. About 5 years ago, there was a legitimate concern that was being passed around that anyone who would have bought Star Citizen or Squadron 42 had bought Star Citizen and Squadron 42, because I think it was like 2019 or 2018 to 2019, like the funding just went suddenly. And so a lot of people were like, oh, nope, the gravy train is over. It's going to end. And then 2020 just went, hello, and it's just not stopped since. But like, quite legitimately, people were saying no one else is going to buy this game. It's reached its peak saturation for gaming, which is a joke because I don't think it's even reached peak saturation now. I don't think the pandemic saved the game at all. I think what happened with Star Citizen was that Star Citizen was doing better by 2019 and 2020 than a lot of people realized. I think Squadron 42 is going to be a focus at CitiCon 2023. I hope so. Because, CIG probably isn't going to give us any more updates this year for Squad 42, which I think is a shame. Because based on CIG's own internal discussions, their own kind of what they've told us about with, what is it? With the monthly reports, they have. There's a lot. CIG has a lot of content done for Squadron that they could show off tomorrow. But they won't because they're afraid of spoilers or some nonsense like that. And I think a lot of people would probably shut the fuck up if they saw what CIG has released based off of the descriptions they've showed and or they've talked about. You know, and I think that's all they really need to do. Show a little bit of gameplay footage, you know, even if it's a gameplay footage that already existed, like show the same gameplay footage that was done for the vertical slice, but, you know, more fleshed out. People will be like, oh, the game is being worked on, and people would be quiet. Like, look at what happened with the leak. The leak of the Squadron 42 trailer, which was basically the same thing as the sizzle reel that they did like 3-4 years ago. That came out, and a lot of people stopped complaining about it. Now the complaint is all this money is going to Squadron, not Star Citizen, but people aren't asking where Squadron 42 is because the people who wanted to know updates got that video and, oh shit, they are working on it. It's like, yeah. Star Citizen will land somewhere in the middle. Like, stocks never invest more than you can afford and lose it financially. Chris may be a mad scientist, but he wouldn't miss the ride for nothing. Miss the ride for nothing. They're planning next year's CitizenCon and working on a save game systems that they have something mega huge to show off next year. I'm going to also say this right now because there's been this rumor that's been spread through something off of forums, which is bogus. As far as I can tell, based off of my own internal sources, based off the people I've asked who work at CIG, because I've asked them these questions, effectively all of them have said, no, none of this is true. There's this rumor going around that CIG has hired a China studio. There's a bunch of stuff like that, which I can't remember the name. Board Gamer did a good video on it as well. I barely even paid attention to it, except for I caught that Board Gamer video that talked about it, and then I started seeing people talk about it. It's all bullshit. It's all made up fake leaks. Hey, thank you for that $10 there, Robert.
Hey, a tip.
Rober, super chatted $10.
Thank you so much for that $10. That there's like going to be like a preview of Squadron 42 that you can like a thing you could play beforehand, and it's like, I wish, man, I really wish, but they won't do that. Though that all being said, CIG has never been this early announcing a CitizenCon. They have never been this early, and I'm going to re-emphasize this. CIG never tells us when CitizenCon's going to happen, often until it's way too late for most conventions to have run. If CIG is planning CitizenCon November of 2022 for October of 2023, a year in advance, and a board member is making the announcement, after a board meeting, there is something planned for it. That does not happen in a vacuum. Something is being planned. Whether it happens or not is entirely up to what happens next year, but they have never been this forward thinking about it. Inside Star Citizen today said CR will be soon pull back the curtain on Squadron 42 and show us changes stars from being Star Citizen. Squadron 42. I'll have to watch it again because I didn't catch that when you said it, but distraction kicked. Yeah. Honestly, the answer is quite simple, I think, is that it's Star Citizen has to be getting close to, or Squadron 42 has to be getting close to its final form. Star Citizen really only has 3 blockers left: persistent entity streaming, server meshing, and dynamic economy, the quantum system. Those are the last 3 big tech hurdles that CIG has before they can make the game that they want to. And the quantum system is already in game. It already functions. It just probably needs a lot more PES to be implemented before it can start expanding. So in reality, the 2 big kind of primary tech hurdles are server meshing and PES, and PES being finished with 3.18, which no matter what you say, it's going to come out soon. It's the next thing to come out. So would you be able to attend CitizenCon 2023, Paul, or would you be cutting to your teaching schedule? I will make time to attend CitizenCon 2023 because it's the first time that they've done a live CitizenCon in years. It's in California, so I have no excuse not to go because it's not like in Germany or something like that. I don't need to update my passport. So I will be going to CitizenCon 2023, and hopefully I'll be looking nice and sexy, you know, slim down a little bit, build some more muscles up. You make it sound so simple. In terms of what? Woodford is going to get a great 30 birthmas present, and I turned 28 in February. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's the case. My money is on Squad 42 release date, late 2024, CitizenCon 2023. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they announced a release window for Squadron 42. And I know a lot of people are like, no, don't do that. But like, they'll do a release window, and what they'll say is, hopefully along with a gameplay trailer. They really need to do that. And that would be my one suggestion to CIG, if they listen, which sometimes they do, which scares me, is no more fucking cinematic trailers. You have to show gameplay, because we're at the point in a game like Squadron 42 where people don't give a shit about the visuals. They don't care about moist eyeballs. They want to see if the game looks fun and playable, especially with Star Citizen existing in the state it is right now. And they did that with these vertical slice. But the vertical slice was pre-OCS, before object container streaming existed. So its performance was dog shit. And its fidelity was much lower than it is today. So. Oh, I get what you're saying. You make it sound so simple that it's just those things left. I mean, yeah, it's more complicated than that. But those things are not insurmountable odds. PES is working. It's functioning. It's not functioning well, apparently, because it would be in Wave 1 right now if it was. But it's functioning, and they're developing with it. Server meshing is not new technology. It's technology that's been around for 40 years almost. So these technologies aren't the problem. The problem's implementing them in game, which is tricky, but not as tricky as they already have. So come on, I'm Riley loves moist eyeballs. Cool. If I can schedule time off, it'd be nice to meet folks from Star Citizen community. Yeah, it'd be good to come down. I'm in Vancouver in the West Coast, so I'll be attending CitizenCon in Cali. Nice. That's what I mean. The blockers are lining up on the cliff's edge, and Squadron 42 is getting more and more done, and they've been working on save game systems, something I suspect is pretty late in development stuff. Yeah, I mean, my experience with video games is there's no such thing as late development, early development, typical late development, early development. They don't really depends on the teams and what kind of way they want to tackle things. Animations could be the first things they do. It could be the last things they do. It really depends on what the game itself needs to function, and each developer is going to approach it very differently. Save game function, at least from the sounds of things, is much more along the lines of playability. It's much more of a quality of life feature than it is a necessary one. So I agree with the fact that if they're working on save game feature, it means they're working on some features which are not vital to the creation of the game. Like, you can play the game without a save game feature. So. All right, Kasumi, I'm going to read your wall of text. Hold on. The Squadron 42 was out when they said it would be out the first few times. Then it comes out and it was scrapped and remade. Then to get out the door, it needs to take priority over Star Citizen to make it for all of that. Changed how many devs are Squadron 42 first. I wouldn't have been a problem if it wasn't the game we're funding to most people. But floundering delays and poor management that's led to the game most people backed is the reason people are pissed about Squadron 42. I get that understanding. I understand. But I also think that most people don't understand that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same game. As they showed off at CitizenCon. Everything they built in Squadron 42 is going to come to Star Citizen and vice versa. So all that we have is a delay in certain content because they needed to develop it not in the current way that they're developing for Star Citizen. They needed to develop it another way, and developing it towards Squadron 42 gave it a reason. So I understand the exterior look from it, but the reality is it's not that different from Star Citizen. It's a couple of months difference. But that's just how it is. Yes, but Kasumi, if they put that work in... Oh, and Robert Case, thank you so much for that member, becoming a member. But the problem is that if CIG hadn't taken the devs off of what they were doing for Star Citizen and put them in Squadron 42, you wouldn't suddenly magically have more content done in Star Citizen. Like, it doesn't work like that. But the stuff they're doing outside of Star Citizen for Squadron 42 would have still had to be done outside of Star Citizen, outside that kind of that bubble to get the kind of results they want. It still would have happened. So, like, I get the reaction, but I feel like it's much more of an emotional reaction rather than, looking at how the game is being developed. It's not even, it's even better. It's not. So Star Citizen and Squadron 42 aren't like the same game in the sense of like Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. You could run Star Citizen in Squadron 42, and you could run Squadron 42 in Star Citizen. They are not separate games. In fact, they were originally concepted as the same game, but they use the same architecture, down to PES is used as the save game feature for Squadron. There's nothing that indicates that they need PES to be used as the same game feature. They just don't want to develop a save game feature, so they're using what they already have with persistent entity streaming as a save game feature. But instead of it streaming back to the back end, it's streaming to another to your PC. It's all done in kind of a closed loop rather than going after the computer, after the internet. Even the game itself is run like Star Citizen is, Squadron is, because it's run where it spins up a server and then your player client enters that server in the game, in the computer. But it's all done as if it's a single player game, but it's all built and its architecture at its core is the same game as Star Citizen. That's a great way of putting it. Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are basically two different colored Toyota Corollas, except one has a luxury trim package. The only difference between the two is the cutscenes. I like it to basically using the same tech or the first game and then slapping into another game a few years later. It's like how a company can make a single player game and then 2 years later make it multiplayer co-op. Kind of, yeah, to a degree. You can run Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 vice versa. Yeah, but Fallout 4 doesn't fundamentally require the same code as 76. It would be more like if 76 existed before Fallout 4, and then Fallout 4 used the online assets that were created for 76 and then made it into a single player experience. Well, get ready for 30 gig save files. It's gonna happen. I'm sure CIG will try to make that slimmer a little bit here and there, but yeah, it's gonna happen. I'm not saying any of that. I'm aware it's still built in the same engine and the assets and built code being heck. It's going to be its own game server on your box, having spent all the time running the stories, taking content that is exclusive for Squadron. We know that to be true, but there are optics and still a lot of lost hours. I think it's a bad take to say that it's fundamentally lost hours because they're working on both. Because the reality is that Star Citizen and Squadron 42 have always been developed in tandem with one another. That has been the case since the beginning. Just because a player is, and I'll put it in a different way, there are plenty of games that develop a game so that they can develop another game. It happens all the time. It's a common practice in the video game industry where they'll develop a small game to develop bigger games. Goat Simulator is a great example. Goat Simulator was built as a game fun little game they could sell and make a little bit of money so they could develop another game they had in mind. So Star Citizen being used as using funds from Star Citizen to build Squadron 42 is not all that different. I get the optics, but at the same time, this has always been the case. I could be wrong. If Squadron 42 is successful, it will launch Star Citizen and help bring Star Citizen to the game we were all dreaming of. The amount of new subscribers could be insane. To a degree, they're not. they're going to feed off of each other. But what Kasumi is saying, and I understand Kasumi's concept, is not new concept. I've heard it before. It's something that is frequent, which is the belief that Squadron 42 fundamentally takes away from the development of Star Citizen, and as a result should not be the priority. It'd be a nice fun little side thing, but it's the whole, I bought a chicken sandwich so I could eat my chicken sandwich, and you're taking the money and you're making a burger for somebody else while my chicken sandwich is still being produced. I want my, this is outrageous. And I get that. But it removes a lot of the context of what was going on. Yeah, Zal, but it's reversed. What you're saying with Fallout 76 and Fallout 4, you got to think of it more in a reversed way. Because Fallout 76 has some unique code specifically because it's an online version. Now, Fallout 4 was having an online version that was being developed, which became 76, but the Fallout 4 doesn't have the same code as 76 does because 76 needed to have different code being written for online functionality. What I'm saying is that that's effectively the same thing as Star Citizen and Squadron 42, but in verse. Squadron 42 doesn't have anything that's just specifically designed to run, or it takes things that are designed for multiplayer and then cracks them to make them single player. They're effectively the same systems. Do you think Squadron 42 will include free flight code for Star Citizen? No, probably not. There'll probably be a free flight week when it comes out, but if there are no Squadron 42 Star Citizen, it'd be way more completed. Sort of. I don't think Star Citizen. I don't think it's makes sense to sit here and say Squadron 42 is draining resources, because it is and it isn't. At the end of the day, Squadron 42 is likely, if it's successful at all, to make more money than Star Citizen makes in a year in a single month. Because that's just the way completed games function, even decent completed games and, moderate successful games. And Squadron 42 has the potential to gain a whole new audience and spin-off sequels, which will make more money than Star Citizen will ever will. The reality is MMOs don't make a lot of money. That's the reason why most MMOs go free-to-play model, because the subscription model doesn't work. So they make more money off of microtransactions than they would on subscriptions, which a lot of people don't like, but those are the realities. Them's the breaks. MMOs haven't been a moneymaker for a while. They just are like the in vogue thing because WoW made a fuck ton of money and everyone wanted to jump on that bandwagon, which is why people stopped making MMOs and started making shooters when Call of Duty made a fuck ton of money. Why everyone stopped making shooters and started making battle royale games when PUBG and Fortnite made god fucking amounts of money. You see what I'm saying? You see how this progression is going? People jump onto bandwagons when they are. So Star Citizen is never going to be mega profitable for CIG. Even fully released, they're going to have to rely on things like microtransactions and selling ships still to be able to keep the lights on. However, to keep the lights on more frequently, developing smaller single-player experiences like Squadron 42 will inject a lot of cash into CIG to allow them to continue to develop Star Citizen, and Star Citizen can help by developing new technologies that they can use in future Squadron 42 games. So that's why I always think it's a little bit of a... While it's a fascinating concept, you can't really remove the two. Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are joined at the hip, and I don't think either of them would have functioned well without one another. But CIG will sell each chapter of Squadron 42 independently? Yes, they're entirely new games. Like Squadron 42 Part 1 is the 20 to 40 hour game that they've been talking about for a while. Then after that, Part 2, which is part of it, it's a trilogy. Squadron 42 was this big, fat fucking game that was going to be one game. And then Aaron Roberts took one look at that and said, that's too fucking much. Break it into 3 games. And so when Aaron Roberts took over for Squadron 42, he broke that script into 3 different games. So you can think of it kind of like Lord of the Rings, how it originally was written as a big 1 volume, and then they broke it up into 3. Same concept. So there is 3 Squadron 42 games. part 1, part 2, and part 3, or chapter 1, chapter 2, and chapter 3. Which is complicated because when you think chapter, you usually think like Hitman and, individual missions and that shit, but it's even more complicated because they have chapters inside Squadron, so, or episode 1, 2, and 3, and then you even get more complicated because, yeah. But effectively, you can think of it as like a trilogy like Mass Effect. Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, you're going to have Squadron 42, 1, 2, and 3. Twitch followers, not subscribers, but thank you, Access. I wish I had 16,000 Twitch subscribers. I wouldn't be working tomorrow. Even if a new ship gets made in Star Citizen, there's no guarantee it'll get patched into Squadron. There's no content handle. There's no content to handle it. Not like you get to fly a mission in newly created capital ship just because it landed in the PU. That's true. Maybe you're having a conversation with somebody else about it, but the concept being that the technology being developed, so shaders and new ships and other things like that, can be added into future Squadron games. Squadron 42 episode 2, The Wallet Strikes Back, yeah. Wait, wouldn't they put a ship from Star Citizen into Squadron? It just doesn't fit the narrative, because Squadron is more narrative driven, but just because they build a ship for Star Citizen doesn't necessarily mean it'll end up in Squadron. And though I would say, generally speaking, if they build it for Squadron, it will end up in Star Citizen, because it adds that universe is a little bit different in terms of like how it's portrayed, at least. At what point do you quit teaching and do content full time? Is there a threshold you thought about? Yes, I would need to be making, on average, about $4,000 to $5,000 a month, because I would need to pay for health insurance on my own, which would be difficult, and that would have to be consistent. It couldn't be like something that goes up and down like subscriptions. I'd have to have like Patreons and like sponsors and those sorts of things. And at my peak right now, I mean, granted, I'm not complaining about this, but at peak hours, usually during the fall and winter, I make around $3,000 a month if I'm lucky, $2,000 to $3,000. And then at my valleys, like in the middle of the summer, I may be making total $1,000 maybe, which is definitely not commensurate with the amount of time or effort I put into streaming and other things like that. So I would definitely need much more money to be able to do that, simply because of that, than I normally make. And I don't make a ton of money as it is, but it would cost a little bit more. But I want to dogfight the Vanduul in the Hole A, the mighty Hole A. Yeah. Do you think, do you get a cut from Prime subscriptions? I do. I get a 50-50 cut. So subscriptions in Prime subscriptions, I get 50% of what their value is. And most subscriptions on Twitch, I get 50% of what they give me. So for instance, if I get, each subscription, say, is $5 on average. You can get the higher ones if you need to, and those are a little bit different. But if I had 1,000 subscribers, I would get $2.50 from each subscriber, which means I would, because then I'd also have to pay taxes more often than I do now, because I still have to pay taxes on it, but it's much lower because a lot of other things that get done because I also work and pay taxes. I'd end up making probably, plus all the expenses for running this shit, I'd probably end up making $500, maybe $1,000 after the fact, factoring in things like the cost of running equipment, new equipment, giveaways, subscriptions that I have to pay for software, all of those sorts of things, and taxes that I have to factor in. Right now, I make no money. Like, I earn $2,000 a month from the various income sources I have for, this month. But 90% of it is going to be going into giveaways, artists, my editor, Uri, Uri, who does editing for me, pulls a lot of those shorts out on subscriptions for like paid services like Adobe's Suite, other services that I use to help the stream and other things like that, paying for licenses for audio and those sorts of things. Those sorts of things will go back into it. So most of it I don't actually earn as cash. Sorry, getting into that whole thing. YouTube pays conference better. Yes, they do. YouTube pays 70%. But sadly, we haven't even gotten to ISC yet. I really need to do that because I've been streaming for almost 2 hours. We have one very generous gifter who's been gifting YouTube's memberships to people. But right now, in terms of monetization, I have a total of processing. Not telling. 72 members, but I would say probably 60 of those people were gifted. So with that, I've made this month I'm going to make about $440 off of YouTube, whereas Twitch plus ad revenue from videos, so I make about I'm going to make around $800 off of this YouTube. Then on the Astro Historian, I make about $300-400 from ads, plus about $500 from Patreon. And then as of last month, I made about $1,600 to $1,800 on Twitch from the ads and subscriptions and all that kind of stuff. But I pay my editor abysmally low, and I really would want to pay him more. But I pay him about $500 a month to do editing for me. So, hey, Officer TJ Hooker, thank you for helping out. Deepa. Yes, Deepa. All right, let me get back to this and kind of do this. Question for you, though. Do you think their confirmed feature 3.18 could be released by 3.17.5 patch if PES isn't ready by end of the year? Nope. Nope. CIG is probably not going to do that. When do I expect my check? Do you think the whole C will come with the later patch of the cargo refactor? I think the whole C will come with Pyro. He's been on for 2 hours, and in the meantime, I've done Duolingo lessons, driven to work. I am bad. I am getting into the rambly and talky shit. So this is what you get from me. I apologize. Usually we're a little bit tighter on this one. With that being said, let's go to the ISC because it's a little longer one. That's my own video. That's my own video, Paul. What are you doing?
Hello everyone, welcome to Inside Star Citizen. I'm Jared Huckabee, and this is it. It's the end of the year. The much anticipated Alpha 3.18 is being hammered away on by developers.
Agreed, but let's be honest with the optics and what people have never seen yet. In the end, they'll never attribute any of the proper points to it, just 10 years, no game. That's true, Kasumi, but that hasn't stopped CIG from making absolutely shit tons of money and continuing to grow their team and becoming better and releasing more content over the time. Nothing is going to shut people up unless the game is out. And that's not going to happen any sooner or later simply because Squadron 42 exists. You know, we don't have access to all that information. The optics could be bad, but the reality is as long as people spell Cloud Imperium Games and Star Citizen properly and they get the name right, linked to the right places, CIG seems to just ride the wave of negative reputation for more money. And that money then goes into hiring more people, and more people means more jobs means more content. So like that's why I gave up on like caring about that kind of stuff a long time ago, because it's like nothing's going to happen there.
And citizen testers alike, and it's that time where we look back and
quick question: if they release their 3.18, wipe everything, what about Luminalia gifts? They're wiping your Luminalia money as well.
Reflect on many of the more memorable events and additions to the Star Citizen experience in a special episode we like to call the Star Citizen Year in Review 2022. Because sometimes you just call a thing what it is. Let's get to it.
Do you think Jared loves the camera? The content used to be an ensemble style. Jared wants it all, or nobody else wants to do it. Nobody else wants to do it. Jared is, he has a team behind him. And as a content creator, a fellow content creator, and somebody who has to do this stupid camera stuff, I understand the struggle, which is effectively, it's difficult to focus on multiple people and to keep focus on multiple people without somebody fidgeting. Or you have to have multiple cameras and multiple personalities, and they have to have you distinct like things to do. It's complicated. One person, one presenter has been the standard for a lot of news and talk shows for a reason, because it's easier production-wise and in terms of narrative to be able to follow what's being said, which is the reason why Jared is there. And you also got to remember 2020 and 2021, he was a one-man band. He had editors and such, but he was filming most of his stuff out of his own home because he couldn't leave his home because of COVID. So a lot of this is likely just an evolution of what he had to do to continue to make his content for Star Citizen back in 2020. There is definitely going to be a 319 patch. That is the next patch after 318.
We'll start things off with some of the big ticket feature items, and perhaps none were bigger than the server cap increase, which saw the persistent universe population increase from 50 to 100, paving the way for things like Siege of Orison, changing the dynamic for events like Jumptown, and as you can see here, the collective re-entry of 100 simultaneous spacecraft, and the loudest I've ever heard the VFX team giggle. And let me tell you, they're gigglers. Player refueling also made its debut in 2022, enabling the peer-to-peer profession that allows for a new way to help your fellow citizens and make a buck along the way, an important step ahead for the upcoming inclusion of the Pyro system, where gas stations will be few and far between in the wide open and desolate wastes, where anarchy reigns and everyone must fend for themselves. It's basically Los Angeles on Black Friday.
Oh, that LA joke.
Ed J super chatted $20. Told you I got you next time off Spaces live stream. Keep doing what you love and loving what you do. 07.
Thank you, Ed J, for that $20. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yes, I did. I was hanging out on Twitch on Tomatoes stream, and Ed dropped $20 for Tomatoes. Says, "I got you next, Paul." I was like, okay.
In addition to refueling, the arrival of mining gadgets brought another refinement to that profession.
I forgot about mining
new
gadgets.
and improved means for making your fortunes out in the verse, and then coming back to liquidate that and almost everything else with the new selling mechanic, allowing players to finally clear out.
It's funny that players' increase was not celebrated with the community, in my humble opinion. It wasn't, but also selling. People forgot that selling was added this year. That's something that I even forgot about, that like selling stuff was. We'll get into this when I get into the capsule, but I think that a lot of people, because Pyro wasn't added, because that sort of thing wasn't added, they kind of write off this year as being bad because it wasn't a big splashy additions. So inventory was last year, but the inventory was definitely improved this year.
Much of what filled their inventories for profit. Why can you make so much money in video games and not in real life? That's my mom asking, not me. There were also plenty of
selling is so tedious it became almost a non-feature. I still use it all the time, especially when I collect what is it called? Like the ores that you can pick up. But yeah, I get why. It's a little off.
New places to visit and have adventures, including a variety of new derelict spacecraft, both floating in space and crash down on the surface of Stanton's planets and moons. These derelicts not only add to the visual texture and history of the persistent universe,
and
they provide numerous opportunities for mission and loot gameplay as more and more continue to be added throughout this last year and the next. And the same can also be said for derelict outposts and rivers, which began with a single estuary on Microtech and continued to develop throughout the year into a watershed release included in the upcoming Alpha 318. But for me, the highlight...
Did y'all raid and I didn't see it? Soul Citizens did raid. How you doing, Soul Citizens? I didn't see y'all come in. Oh, thank you so much for that. Sorry, we kind of been focusing on stuff. How you doing? How was Soul Talk? Right, Soul Talk. think our player cap sitting roughly 140, right? It's about that. Yeah, 140, 150. Watershed release. You're busy, no worries. Yeah. Go follow Soul Citizens. They're fantastic.
Highlight of River Tech has been the ascendance of Will Hain to River Guy in the YouTube comments.
Can we call Will Hames Mark Twain from now on? Because he loves his rivers. They're like, I posted the best thing that CIG has added in fucking forever, but that's me being showing my bias because it's the only place you can get relics.
More hospitals.
Scott, I'm also going to talk about that, about the whole full patches, thing, which because it's a misnomer. It's just because CIG didn't call it 318 because of their own stupid fault, but 317.2 would have been called 318 in any other conditions, like any other way, and 317.4 may have been called 319. But because CIG decided that 318 had to have salvage and had to have PES, they just moved 318 instead of changing the patch date. But they added a lot of shit to 317.2, which would have effectively been a patch in any other time.
Were added to the persistent universe in 22, as important an aspect as any for those of us who spend most of our time waking up in medical beds rather than exploring the universe.
As someone who lives in Mississippi, on the Mississippi in the Missouri, boo! Shut up, Velocity. You know you love it.
It's not that I'm bad. It's just that everyone else is better. Especially at racing in the first of several community-initiated in-universe racetracks such as the Snake Pit, which began with the XGR racing community exploding in popularity this year, and an exciting initiative within development to canonize creations from the players into the persistent universe proper that will continue in the upcoming Alpha 318 and beyond. And speaking of the community, much of what made Star Citizens 2022 special was created by the community itself, including recurring events like Fight or Flight, the largest 2v2 PvP dogfighting tournament in the verse, the Hurston Hurt Locker, a battle royal event on Magda that features lots of mayhem and death where almost anything goes and precious few survive, and the classic Daymar Rally, a canonized staple that kicks off each year with a 500-kilometer race with multiple divisions and loads of ground vehicle shenanigans. And in addition to competitive events, the role-playing scene in Star Citizen continued to evolve and take notice within both the community and development teams as players utilized.
If you aren't using Zark Media, you should go hang out at Zark Media. It's fantastic. HubNet is fantastic. It's the best content that Star Citizen. It's being put in Star Citizen, hands down.
Tools within the game to report the news, create exciting narratives, and simply.
Zark is great, but Zark is not the only person at Zark Media. There are many other people who are involved in Zark Media, and they all do a really fantastic job. So
bring an increased sense of immersion to life in the persistent universe. And out of universe, the Bar Citizen World Tour kicked off as CIG staff traveled to cities, states, provinces, and countries around the world to break bread and tell tales with players from all walks of life. It's been a terrific return to form and a chance for players and developers to connect
Zark's names on it
throughout 2023. So be sure to keep an eye on the website and socials for details and let us know when events are happening in your area. Other notable events.
Oh, the fact that they made, that was also done this year, was that they made Daymar Rally canon, which is fantastic.
Where the Battle of the Bricks, where the Star Citizen and EVE Online community teams came together for charity in a battle of building blocks.
Go Jake,
trivia,
go Jake.
Weird challenges, and whatever a wolffish is. It's terrible. Terrible is what wolffish is. And then this year, CitizenCon kicked off with the official Journey to 4.0 initiative, with presentations from developers on exciting new gameplay systems like resource management, master modes, and investigations. The return of Chris Roberts to peel the curtain back on Squadron 42 developments that will benefit the persistent universe in the future, and we debuted the only constant, the spacecraft where ISC, SCL, and more will emanate from for the foreseeable future. And it still has a few tricks up its sleeve we hope to show you in 2023 and beyond. But back in the verse, while the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo and Invictus continued to be highlights of the year, the biggest dynamic event in Star Citizen's history happened with the Siege of Orison, where the vicious Ninetales took control of the floating platforms surrounding Orizon and waged a multi-stage battle against players in a first-of-its-kind mixture of Star Citizen's FPS gameplay systems and an impetus for numerous technological improvements to the entire game as a whole, including the server cap increase we talked about before. And this year's Ship Showdown was a chance for community members to showcase their creativity in pushing their favorite ships and vehicles into contention to be named Best in Show at this year's IAE. And you can see some of that creativity here, and here, and here. Definitely a highlight of each and every year. And speaking about ships and vehicles, let's do a rundown of all the new ones that made their way flyable and drivable in 2022, including the Hull A, Hover Quad, Mule, Centurion, STV, Scorpius, Corsair, Cutter, and C8R Pisces. And that brings us to now, and the impending release of Alpha 318, which will add a whole lot more to this 2022.
So, yeah, half of the video is just what we have, and the half of the video is for what's coming in the future.
Two of Star Citizen highlights.
I know. Yeah, about that. Almost
including hull stripping salvage gameplay. Yes, you and your trusty multi-tool, reclaimer, or brand new vulture have a new means to make your fortunes by finding and processing the remnants of space junk in the verse. This applies not only to destroyed player ships, but
again, I don't know why we did get a lot of stuff for this year. I get why some people think we don't, but I think it's also disingenuous to discount things like player cap increase and selling and fuel just because people don't use it right now.
NPC hulks spawn throughout the Stanton system for you to discover and dismantle. The cargo refactor is here. The cargo refactor is here. Alpha 318 also brings with it the first iteration of the cargo refactor that will physicalize much of what we carry in our cargo holds and open up new avenues for cargo reclamation after disaster and potential piracy for the disaster causers of us out there. I'm looking at Tom. There's also the new PTV racetrack in Orizon that aims to provide a new recreational activity for those looking for the low-stakes challenge of buggy competitions,
Actually,
or for the players that go out there and create emergent opportunities that I have no doubt none of us are prepared for. Can't wait to see what you do here. And the revitalization of Corsair and the addition of additional sandbox prison activities, two components of an overall overhaul to the crime stat system that will be more lenient on what sends you to prison while providing new opportunities to remove crime stat before going and after escaping. 6 new persistent universe racetracks based on community creations that will bring players to several of the lesser traveled areas of the Stanton system and allow them to test their mettle against others, with new gateway and timer functionality being added alongside them. New Orizon missions that run on the surrounding platforms when Siege of Orizon is resting from all the mayhem. New Sand Cave archetypes in the Daymar crash site introduce the brand new Mercury and 600i derelicts being added to the persistent universe. And 2 new exciting technological advancements this year with the implementation of the Gen 12 renderer and persistent entity streaming, which both convert the current persistent universe to new graphical and technological foundations that serve as the new basis for persistent universe's continued development, as well as set the stage for Star Citizen to realize its fullest potential in the years to come through server meshing, increased player and resource caps, and the addition of new star systems like Pyro, Nyx, and beyond. And going on right now is Luminalia, where players can...
Did you notice that most of the improvements to the game have not come out and are locked behind 318? Yeah. I mean, we knew this. We knew that was going to happen as of like May of this year too. Are the new spacewalk animations in 318? No. Probably 319 would be the earliest we'd see them. Probably later though, honestly, because we haven't seen them in the monthly reports. We'll know more about it in early January. Question: do they think at some point down the road, if salvage is as popular as we all hope it is, they might bring in mid-sized ship between the Vulture and the Reclaimer? They probably will. The large salvager, they almost certainly will. We just don't know what that is yet.
Can log in each and every day to redeem a variety of in-game gifts, including holiday sweaters, undersuits, new paints for the 100i, Avenger, and more. Remember, it is 12 days, folks. And a sextant that Ben Curtis has really wanted to get in there for a while. I mean, it's cool. So, what did we learn this year? Well, I'd say a whole heck of a lot. But at the core of it all, to me, this year seemed to be about celebrating and renewing that connection between player and developer that's been at the heart of this project since it first launched in 2012. It's been said often, and probably by folks much better than myself, but it bears repeating over and over and over again that none of this happens without your continued involvement, whether that's playing the game, discussing on Spectrum, reporting on the issue council, supporting through pledging, encouraging through bar citizens, creating and streaming through social media and contests and the like, or simply allowing us into your lives most weeks while we share the who we are and what we do with you through ISC and SCL and the like. It's kind of ridiculous that I get to stand here on a spaceship and represent the work of over 800 strong with you, from game directors to QA testers, from major features like salvage and cargo, down to little internal tools like asset validators. And I can hardly wait to see what 2023 has in store for us. This journey we're on can be exciting, rewarding, educational, consuming, and if we're being honest, a little frustrating at times. But there isn't another one remotely like it in the entire game industry, with so many dedicated to bringing this universe of possibility to life. So, for one last time in 2022, for Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Happy holidays, be safe, and we'll see you all here next year.
Stay safe, Jared. I'm glad you got choked up after that. I'll go through some of these questions because I saw a lot of people ask some questions. A pretty hefty chunk of 2022 year in review had a big focus on 318 and its content. Do you think this suggests that CIG is still very confident in live release before holiday break? I both believe it will be, or believe that, I should say, I both believe and fear that they might be still planning on that. Because if they push 318 out before they go on break, it will not be functional. It will be barely, probably, maybe not even work right. And the problem is that there is historical precedent for them to do that. They've done it multiple times, where they'll push a patch out well before it should have been released, and they'll keep some volunteers over the break to help fix it and maintain it and try to improve it. But basically kick it out well too early. I kind of hope for it to happen anyways, because then you don't have people whinging that there was only one major patch this year, because 318 is such a major patch. And I also don't believe that if they held off 318 to release until January or February, whenever they get back and start working on it, like more in depth to get it in a good place to release, I don't think it'll ever be like, all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. People already know there's going to be a wipe, so people just won't be playing 317. And if they do, you're adding up the pain, especially after Luminalia, where people are just going to complain that they made all of this money during the Luminalia and it's completely pointless. A lot of people are already like, why the fuck should I do Luminalia when there's no point, because it's just going to get wiped anyways. So there's a bit of common A, column D. So, yeah, I put the vote on there. I'm sure most people will say next year. Wow, it's actually pretty close. There's only all right, so 9 people voted for 2022, 10 people voted for 2022, 11 people voted for 2023. 2023 is pulling out a little bit, but it's pretty close. The majority still believes it's 2023, which makes sense, but I'm assuming you mean come out, coming out means released alive, because it's one of those weird things where they're damned if, no matter what they do, they're fucked. They're in a bad position for patch release. They release this to say like a PTU wave for everybody and go on break, then they're just going to get chided for only having one major patch released in a year. Most people won't care about it, but that can be bad for morale. They release it to live. That means there's no stable version of it. So it's just what you have is this unstable mess of a patch that was released far too soon than it should have been. but then you don't get the you get the advantage of having it been out, and you can work on it later. Honestly, the best option is get it to a point where you know there's problems. It's probably not going to work very well, but kick it out to live anyways, because you get more testing with a live audience than a PTU audience, because PTU people, some people just won't play PTU. And you risk alienating people, but at the same time, it's going to be buggy in January. Like, you're not going to get the data you need, because people have time between December now and January 10th. So the problem, which space, I get we'll get it when it's done and it's worthy, best solution. Not going to happen, because when 3.18 comes out, it's still going to be buggy. It's still going to have problems. It's still going to have major issues involved with it. It's never going to be perfect. Never. No Star Citizen patch is ever perfect. So they can't wait until it's perfect to release it. They're going to have to rip that Band-Aid off at some point. So after I mentioned the poll, about 24 of you said that it's going to release in 2023, and 23 of you, or 13 of you, said it was going to release in 2024. So more people think it's 2023. I predicted March, hoping I'm right. Need more time to grind for that Valkyrie. Yeah, I have a feeling March is likely going to be, the honest us one. You can imagine the bug report inbox when they get back from vacation. That'll be stable-ish for release. What's stable, though? That's the problem. Same thing every year. Broken patch over the holidays. Yeah. I have not touched this Evocati. I have given up my Evocati access many years ago. But CIG still gives me access for some reason. I never touch it. I actually sent in a legal document saying I want to be removed from it. My NDA expired many years ago. I am fine without having it, and that was 2 years ago. Still give it to me. So, but I'm not going to be that asshole who plays it and then leaks everything. Question: how soon could you see 3.18X patch bug to fix after the holidays? If they release 3.18 in a shitty state before they leave and then come back and fix it, I could see end of January have it being fixed. But it probably wouldn't be perfect. You'd probably have multiple 3.18.x patches, probably one in January, one in February, March-ish, and then probably moving into 3.19 PTU in late March with a release in May, if that was the case. But if they hold off till it's ready, then we wouldn't see it until March. Like, almost certainly 3.18 would become the Q1 patch rather than the Q4 patch. Simply because there's always more things they could do. And it still wouldn't be perfect. It'd still have problems. But that's the way it is. Do you think it'll go straight from Evo to Live to give it out this year? I don't know. Like, part of me wants to say CIG would do that. Part of me also knows that CIG has done open PTUs over the holidays. They've done it once. I don't think they've done it many times other than that. I do think that CIG kind of regrets when they have to do that because it sets them a bad tone. But hey, Celine. Look at removing you, Paul. That's one or 2 years out. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is that the other thing that it's important to remember is CIG needs the data, and they need data for high volume. And the only way they're getting high volume is events, free flies, or high volume traffic time periods, which would be like the winter. And I'm going to be honest, PTU does not get a lot of people, even open PTU. Most people don't know or care about PTU. Most people will wait until live. So they don't get a lot of data from PTU either. It's important tech. I want new goodies, but I hope they have it settled. I mean, if all right, I'm gonna go into the capsule here shortly, but I'm going to say this as well because I think setting expectations is important, and I think that this is important to set expectations. There are two roads that I see coming forward. Number one, CIG pushes 318 before it's ready out at the end of next week, end of next week before they go on holidays, and then come back and fix it in January. That road takes us down to 4.0, probably coming out at the end of next year in a very similar state to where 318 is now. The other road is they take the time, they test it, they give it the 2 to 3 months that they originally said in PTU. So you'll see it in PTU in December, January, February, and into March. And then they'll release 318 as the Q1 patch at the end of March, April, with 319 being the Q2 patch. At that point, I wouldn't expect 4.0 until 2024. Maybe Q1, Q2 of 2024. So I do legitimately think that delaying 318 to test it will extend everything else by 2 years. And it sounds nuts, but I can almost guarantee you that the difference of a couple of weeks might be the difference of years of development. Why is everything 2 years? Zal, you've done, gosh, what is it? The fucking agile development. It's because you can't really tell many things beyond 2 years out with agile. It's like ultimate extension is about 2 years. Squadron 42 is separate from Star Citizen because they have different developers. I still think that Squadron 42 is a 2025 release, but that's just me. Hey, Eric Jackson. Are you looking forward to Starfield? Feels like gamified Star Citizen. Yeah, I do lore. I've done lore stuff on Starfield. There just hasn't been a lot of lore stuff released for Starfield. But as we get more information, I'll definitely be doing more lore videos for Starfield as well. Yeah, you can't predict your business needs 1 year out, so oftentimes it's hard to tell. Just drop it tomorrow. Give me something to do while I wait to start a new job in January. I think a lot of people like that too. Just F it. We'll do it live. Yeah. Look, to anything sounds good at this point. Everybody, Monkey Brains. Thank you, Total Recall, 2% Milk, and Star Citizen. Okay, I'm not talking about Agi while off the clock. Agile while I'm off the clock. You know what I mean, though, Austin. It's just the way that it's structured when you get to like the second, beyond 2 years, you just can't judge anything. You really can't judge anything beyond 6 months with Agile, but it's impossible beyond 2 years. What's my personal goal for next year? Me personally, as an individual, I want to be at the weight that I want to be by CitizenCon. So by CitizenCon, I'm currently 315 is my weight. I'm far too heavy. I'm tall though. I'm like 6'1", so it evens out a little bit. But I want to be at about 220, 230, and in good shape by CitizenCon next year, which I think I can do. I've been working out more and eating a little bit better, and dieting, not dieting, but like limiting what I eat and how I eat, that kind of stuff. I just need to get more into a routine of beyond just cardio, but also like weightlifting and other things, which I have. I just have to get into a routine. In terms of content, I'd love to see the Astro Historian videos reaching at about 10K views by the end of next year. An average, I just upload a video, they reach 10K easy. That's kind of the standard, like average views. In terms of content, I'd love to see this grow. I don't think it's likely, but I'd love to see our community grow to by at least average of 200 people, 200 to 300 people. But I'm fine with where we are right now, considering the size of Star Citizen. And my wife and I are thinking about having kids. We want to have kids in the next year or two, so. Good luck, man. I'm 260 and 6 foot, so I feel you know what I'm talking about. Like 260 is heavy, but it feels okay as long as you're in. I've been that weight before, so. Kids, what's that? Little Shellys, yeah. We've always wanted to have kids. We want to have one, maximum 2, but we also, like, Cam's a little younger than I am. I'm 36. So we're kind of reaching the age of, like, it's now or never sort of situation. But we also have a house and rooms for kids, and we have money. Like, Cam's working from home, so it's a little bit easier to, like, deal with kids, and she's making more money than she ever did. And we're in good positions, so it's a good time for it. How are kids made? Storks. Paul building his future. Fleet captains right there, folks. You're young man. I am. I know I'm young, but unfortunately, the way that biology works is once you reach out of 30s, it becomes a decreasing factor, especially for women, to having children. So, my 3-year-old came with PVA glue in her from nursery a couple days ago. Kids are just awesome, really awesome. I'm a teacher, so I understand that.
Good news, everyone.
Wow, when I was 48 when my oldest was born, 51 when my twins were born. Yeah, but there are also other factors when it comes to, like, health concerns. Like, children tend to be more prone to certain diseases and certain issues when they're when you have later pregnancies, and there's a lot more complications for women, and so that kind of stuff. Lower child's the way. Kids require server meshing. Yes. Now, the race is on. Which will come first? Will I have children, or will CIG release Squadron 42? The ball's in your court, Chris. Easy, you'll have children. My children will have children before Star Citizen is live. My kids will inherit my Eric. 100% John Brown. That's all I'm going to say. 100% John Brown. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You cannot go wrong with John Brown. And I'll let the chat figure out what that means. Your Triple Legatus account? Yes. My kids are going to thank me live on stream when I'm dead. They'll thank my memory for helping them get Squadron 42. You kid, but my buddy's son was 9 when he heard about Star Citizen. Now he has a daughter. Son's 9. It's been 10 years. Well, that does sound good. I'm also concerned about your buddy's son who had a child at 19. Yeah, that sounds rough. Doesn't the AstroPub team sound good though? Kids do show two nights a week to indoctrinate their classmates in the cult of the Endeavor. I called Jared damage control dad. I think Jared, like, all right, let me get some context for Jared, because you got to understand Jared's past. Jared used to work for Pixar. He's worked for EA. He's worked for multiple companies in tech and in gaming over his time in his career. Jared, I mean, let me put it this way. Jared looks young, but is fairly aged in comparison to what he looks like. And the reason why Jared is so enthusiastic about the game is because he's jaded as shit about the gaming industry, about the tech industry in general. And the fact that they let him do the shit he does for a living, it always surprises him. He's young at heart. He never looks the age that he actually is. He may have worked for Activision too. I know he worked for EA. So. These things are live, okay. I think he's older than that, Warpath, but he doesn't look that way. It's the makeup. Now I've seen him live without makeup. I have smoked cigars with Jared, so I know I know what he looks like a lot person. Worked at Blizzard, okay. I know he worked at EA because he worked with on Origin, on the Origin platform at one point. Don't use this much. How old is he? I may be wrong on this one, but I think his actual age is in his 50s. But at least to me, he looks like he's in his late 30s, early 40s. Yeah. Dude, we should all look that good in our 50s then. Yeah, I know. I don't know. He doesn't seem like a late 50s kind of thing. Hey, General Desperado. He's probably watching this and getting mad at me for this, but he got all emotional, so I'm just going to say that as well. I don't think of him as a damage control guy. I think of him as a dad trying to. He's fallen into the role of being the communications person, so he has to explain to people when a dude walks in from Montreal and makes a statement. He's not necessarily making a statement about everything in the company just based off his own experience, because most of the people at CIG don't talk to each other because there's 800 fucking people in the company. So if you don't know somebody if you work in Austin, the likelihood of you knowing someone who works in Manchester is very low. So you may not know everything that's going on. I've seen CIG developers follow Star Citizen content creators just so they can get a better concept of what's being done, because they focus on their part and their part only, and maybe some parts that are kind of connected to it. They don't have the broader scope of things. He's 44. He looked up on his 44 things. Oh, okay, so he looks about his age. I was pretty certain he was in his 50s. I don't talk a lot about people at my company, because then I want things. They want things from me. I don't know what any of the folks on the floor above are working on, let alone the whole company. Yeah. So you're telling me by the time Squadron 42 Part 3 is working on it, we'll be relative to the Free Optimus? Yeah. What idea from the community has CIG implemented? Prison. I'm not even joking. Prisons were a community idea that was floated that CIG liked. Degradation of hunger and thirst, degradation of clothing and armor. There's a lot of ideas. Melee weapons, melee combat. The Ares. No, that's kind of a meeting of the minds, where CIG always wanted to make a A10 in space, and Star Citizen wanted to make... CIG fans have always wanted to make an A10 in space. Jumptown was made by the players. Daymar Valley, Snake Pit. The Redeemer, sort of, but it was done kind of. What do you mean I triggered you? You triggered you tonight? Yeah, there was emergent gameplay, but then they codified it. Like, Jumptown is its own event now, so. Do we think the Starliner would be the last ship to release just to wind him up? No. I think the Endeavor is going to be the last ship to release because Jean Crew has nightmares about that ship. The entire ship team lies awake going, the fuck am I going to do when that ship gets put up there? The A-10 farting hippo. Have a good night there, Night Cub. I think there was plenty of people who suggested it become a thing more frequently in game because it was an accident that a lot of players wanted to see more of. If it was an accident, there's plenty of accidents that players have done that people have been like, hey, they've been like, hey, CIG, want to do this? Like, not really an accident, but player made org wars where like Rexzilla used to do those big kind of PvP actions. Detox still has done them. Lots of people have done the kind of big org v org concepts. They haven't really added that into the game in any way, shape, or form. Oof, got a nor'easter here. Everyone's getting walking. Have a good night there, Orion. We'll be up there a little later, so. What do you think we'll have to get CIG working on the Vanduul Void? Squadron 42, I think. When will Jared have you guys on for SCL? You guys? You mean me? I don't know. I don't work for CIG. When CIG hires me to do something. I would think the whole series should be super easy to scale after getting the A ready. Surely the B and C should be super easy to build from the A. The C's done, Austin. The whole C has been completed and functioning. It's been functioning and completed in a finalized state like 3 times. This has gotten a work over since it was been finished. It was the last one was done in October. The reason why the whole C isn't out is because there's no gameplay for it. Not until 3.18 and beyond, and probably not until 4.0. Oh, it's the info runners. Probably not. I mean, I think we'll probably have to be a little bit later in development for Jared to start pulling out fans to interview. I don't think he would be against it, but it'd probably be something like for CitizenCon would be more like it. You might see myself and the info runners talking to Jared or to Xylo at LA CitizenCon, but. What about the whole B? Well, that's a little tricky because the whole B is like an extension of the whole A, but at one point they wanted to have the whole B land. So we don't know if the whole B is that easy. I imagine it wouldn't be too difficult, but I also imagine that they just have to, it's kind of like a lot of things. Like the X1 shouldn't be difficult, but it's still not fucking done. And I don't know why. It scares the shit out of me that CIG hasn't done that yet. There's some basic shit that CIG has just put off because it's not important. And I think the whole B and the D and E are part of that, so. At one point, the whole B will be able to land loaded. That's what they said. So that has changed. You may be able to land it because you don't have to load the bottom rung, so it'll be hard to tell. What do you think the chance they'll make a museum in a big planet like Terra and get holograms of lore content creators like yourself to guide people through it? They probably wouldn't do lore content creators, but they'll definitely do a museum in places like Terra. I really hope they do. I think it was due to new game features and not game content with new vehicles. It could be. Non-employees in SCL is just conjecture. That's just the whole reason to have employees, and they're talking about things that are actually working on showing how it works. Yeah, but like I said, Von Cody, it makes sense well down the line. Like when talking with people during that week doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of what they're actually going to say. You know, like when they don't have to talk about content that's coming out because it's already out, or they don't want to talk about it. They've done stuff in the past, like I've been on one, which was a what was it called? Citizens of the Stars was the concept, and they pull content creators and talk to them about their history and stuff like that. So I was on one of the last ones. You could make the butler in the Ready Player One movie become immortalized in game you love. I don't know. I mean, I'm always iffy about it because part of me is like, I'd rather be immortalized in game for the actions I do in game and not what CIG does for me. But there are things they could do as well. Do you think they're holding off the Apollo because it keeps medbeds a stable sellable aspect of ships? No, I think the reason why they don't do the Apollo is because they don't have modularity yet. People forget the Apollo is modular. It makes no sense to have an Apollo before modularity exists. You can be immortalized in the game for having a cursed redeemer. Do you think we'll get a trailer for Squadron 42 release date by the end of 2023? I hesitate to say 100%. I would really hope for Squadron 42 to be announced, release date to be announced at CitizenCon next year. But I've said that before and nothing's happened, so. It's possible to be included. Elder Scrolls Online has several members of the player community that have, as the bards you hear singing in the taverns and city town spaces. I'm sure CIG will do stuff for like that in the future, but, you know. Will we get a Sattaball Hall of Fame museum? God, I hope so. I just hope we get Sattaball in the game. I'd love to see NPCs playing Sattaball. Paul, please, did an in-game history of podcast of characters named Can Darlin, please? Do an in-game history. I don't know who Can Darlin is. But is that a reference to hardcore history? Hey, I love the last time you did this. I'm back again. Hey, Matt, thanks. Welcome back. Paul, are you going to play another community play again? A bunch of you did a War of the Worlds last year. It was really good. We did. No, last year we did. The Day the Earth Stood Still. I was there. It was on Soul Citizens. It was fantastic. Go check it out. I played Klaatu, the main alien from that one. That was good. It is modular because you can swap out the beds on the Apollo for three, like kind of each sections, each bay. You can either have 3 level 3s or 3 tier 3s, 2 tier 2s, or 1 tier 1 on either side of each bay. That's what I mean by modular. That's effectively the same thing as modularization. Dan Carlin's hardcore history, yeah. As a relatively new player, the question may be well known, but is there supposed to be a more in-depth injury and health degradation gameplay loop? Because there's a lot of medical stuff planned that seems excessive. It's hard to describe it. We don't fully know the level that CIG wants to go with injuries, and I think CIG is holding off on developing the injury system further, mostly because they want to have more stability and also more of a risk values to gameplay. Like right now, you get hurt, it's not too far to go to a level 3 bed and get yourself healed up. But they want that risk of getting hurt to be something that is constantly hanging over your head in places like Pyro, where access to medical facilities isn't as quick or sudden, so having your own medical facilities is more important. And they also want to make respawn be a really valuable thing. So they'll add things like resources for respawn. So if you have a bed that can do regeneration, you're going to have like a regen serum to be able to regen. So if you look at every single medical bed in the game, they have an inventory, which is designed to be able to stock or have stock of medical facilities, medical equipment medical, like medicine and such, medical medicine, in each of those places to be able to be used. So if the question is, is there going to be a more in-depth injury and health degradation? Yes. It's just not yet. Yeah, PES is a big issue. I'm sure the size in terms of like, you know, like play space. Do you think criminals will have different insurance experiences than law-abiding ones? I'm sorry, you went to reclaim the ship you filled with explosives and landed on an outpost in the name of war crimes. Let me get my manager. Yes, I think they've said in the past that they want to do insurance companies for shadier sides of the law, but they'll be more expensive and they'll take longer to get your ships back. So, when will we get the TIAR system and the ARC, or the TIAC system in the Arcan game? Well, the TIAC system is connected to Terra, so probably after Terra comes out. Do you think master modes were possibly not allowing for scenarios like high-speed bombing runs, high-speed interceptions, or the possibility that players flying at higher speed cannot engage? That's the idea. They want you to slow you down for engagement range because they don't want zoom and boom tactics. They want to have more aerial dogfighting like World War II style, so they're going to slow you down for that reason. 2 questions. Do you think we're getting 318 before the break? I don't know, honestly. I'm of 2 minds about it. I think the easiest way of anticipating is no. If you had to say, Paul, you have to make a decision, I would say no to err on the side of caution. At best, we'd get a wave 1 PTU. Would be my cautionary tale. At best, but at my more optimistic side would say, yeah, they'll release it live by the end of next week. Probably not very good state, but you know. Do you think anyone that has actually completely broken back into prison, not glitched out, but actually got in? No, I haven't heard anything like that. Question, do you think they make reclaiming ships more difficult in Pyro? Yes, they probably will. Insurance will be dependent on your social credit score. I mean, rep. Yeah, it's the same thing. Question, do you think companies that made SATA fields for outposts eventually sponsored SATA Ball? They probably own SATA Ball. That's my guess. That sounds like the thing parent will do to your Game Boy for being a very bad child. Verse Funk. Will we see Fauna in 2023? We'll see Fauna in 2023 for sure. There's already been some leaks of the rock bug, the stone bug. Yeah, we're definitely seeing Fauna. There's enough stuff in there that we'll see Fauna by 2023. At least by 4.0. But 4.0 could also not release in 2023, so hard to tell. Does the sex that they give us today mean that they're not going to fix the star map and have to learn to tool? Yes, Ash, that's exactly what that means. I have both Apollo concepts because they both have 2 different things. They won't be modular, and a dev admitted recently marketing gets final say on what tier beds go into the Apollo. Luna Maria, that is, I know what you're referencing to, and that's not a recent thing. That was more of a question of the final standings. As of right now, it is, as of stated, I can go to this page, the plan is either 3 tier 3s, 2 tier 2s, or 1 tier 1. And if that's the case, then the decision on how that actually works is up to CIG. And because CIG hasn't released the Apollo, that's almost certainly because they want to be able to have players make that decision on their own organically, which would be a modularization. So you're wrong, is what I'm saying. Do you think I will be able to travel in an Aaron Halo in an SRV, grab an asteroid, tractor beam, and yeet the direction of Hurston? No, sadly, I don't think so. Citizen Kate broken into prison on a video? Okay, cool. Wouldn't be the first time CIG surprised us, but doubtful. Yeah, I doubt it. Oh, Citizen Kate did it. Okay. Everyone's saying Citizen Kate did it. Yeah. Will CIG add any real company advertisements on billboards or keep it all retained within the lore? Probably all retained in the lore. They do have a couple of real life companies like AMD, but they actually have in lore like fiction for them. So, do you think they'll have any surprises for the patch release? Something that we have been anticipating for CIG just says, by the way, here's something. Spirit ships slips in an example for our example for as player trading. No, I don't think we're gonna have any. Not 318's already so big. There's no way they're gonna have surprises like that. They'll have some surprises, but not like that. Just curious, can you attack a guard in prison and take his gun? Nope. Eventually, there won't be any guards in prison. How do you like the Drake Corsair? It's good. You could use some improvements, but it's good. Do you think the do to think? I love the do to think. Take everything and cut out the half. Same as any quote. I don't know what that reference to. Paul, Berserker 1, Batman Shelley. I'm humble. My humble host and space bartender at the AstroPub. Serious question. Where did all your names come from? Embarrassing decisions I've made in my life. My original handle was Berserker01. So I used to call myself Paul Berserker01 Shelley. My middle name is B, so I always say it's Batman. And my full title is things like Golden Shower. It comes from a long joke because I had a wireless microphone and forgot to mute it when I peed during a podcast. And I didn't just do it once, I did it twice. So I just embraced it. So there's a lot of different reasons for it. Most of it's stuff like that. Me and my friends have been planning on breaking into prison for the last 5 days or so. Multiple people, multiple roles, multiple risks. Stay tuned for YouTube video. Nice. Let me know, Matt. Corsair handles like a broom in a swimming pool. Such a success story for Star Citizen. Who's pissing? Yes. It was, yeah. You know, Jared mentioned Nyx system after Pyro. Yeah, we've known that Nyx is coming after Pyro for a while. I wouldn't put a lot of stock into it. Oh, it's a Batman shower? Yes. Elite convert. I mean, I did play Elite for a while, but... Oh, you're talking about Kate. Yeah, Kate was an Elite convert, yeah. Do I think the new UI will come in next year? I hope so. God, I gotta get to this capsule here shortly. Why would CIG release 2 Apollos if you can swap out the beds on the one making the for 2 obsolete? Because the other Apollo has more armor and weapons. They even said it in the release, was that the other Apollo exists because it's based off of a in-fiction movie called Astromedics, and that it was built in homage to them. It gave extra guns and extra armor. That's the reason why they have 2. It has nothing to do with the swappable beds. They're the same otherwise. Let's talk Mobiglass. What do you want to be the Mobiglass that has not been announced? I don't like the Mobiglass. The one they announced is I don't like it. It works for Squadron. It doesn't work for Star Citizen. So the answer is everything. The biggest thing I want is a fucking homepage. I have this on my phone. I can put whatever apps I want on my homepage. And there, I can do whatever I want to and customize what I need to get access to. That's what I want. I don't necessarily care what apps are on it, as long as I can have a customizable homepage to know. Like I know right now it's 59 degrees. It's December 15th at 10:46 p.m. So, you know. One Apollo is a triage and one is a medevac. Yes. And that's just the names. Their actual stats, the reason why they're different is because of missiles and armor, my dude. I can show you the example, but as far as I know, both ships are planning to have both the module, the choice. What does AI crew have to do now with how many accounts you have? There was a theory. There was a thing they were going to do where if you had an account, or not account, if you had a package, a game package, you could turn one of those game packages into an AI, a personal AI crew member that you could use yourself. I don't know if that's still a thing or not. How many SRVs to move Javelin? 4, 5. Javelin 10. Let's just say 10. So I'm hearing a lot about bed logs and cargo being in your ship, but we don't have all this ready. Could you clarify? Yes and yes. Bed logs and cargo in your ship. Most of this are already in your game, already in the game, and they're in 3.18. What makes it special in 3.18 is that it's using a brand new backend system, which is no longer being stored on the server. So in theory, what's on your ship when you leave the game, if you come back from the game, should still be on there, even if the server crashes. Now, right now, there is no way of maintaining that facility. Like you can't go back to the server you were on before. But in theory, and I've heard two things about this, but the idea being, I've heard this, you can do this and you can't do this, so we'll have to wait until we can see it for ourselves in 3.18. If the server crashes, you get a 30K, and you're in a ship, when you log back in, you're back to where you're back in that same ship where you crashed. But I also have heard that that's not the case, that your ship will just show back to where you were before, kind of the way it works now with a heartbeat. The difference is it's all on the back-end system. So, in theory, if you dropped a gun in the forests of Microtech and you left, and that server crashed multiple times since you left, and you came back to that exact same server, and no one's been around, you can find that gun still there. That's all it is. Luna Maria, you are wrong. I'm not going to keep arguing about this because it's stated as fact that you can swap out the beds for tier 3, tier 2, or tier 1s. There is the differences between the ships has to do with armor and missile additions, and that's it. You can come up with your own headcanon as to why it is, but it doesn't change the facts. Do I ever miss the repair drones? Saw a clip of them repairing a pad years ago. Looks sick. They were literally reused assets. They used these camera drones for the Squad 42 announcement trailer. Well, way in the back, Answer the Call 2016, and they just repurposed those and then spun them and then used their little camera heads as repair beams. So I kind of do and kind of don't. They were so jank. Is it possible the A1 is the rumored Star Bomber? Probably. You think we'll ever get an NPDU tiny home? No, I don't think so, sadly. That's because of matchmaking not putting you back in yet. Yeah, that's the issue, is the matchmaking service. So, but effectively, the question is, what's the difference between 3.17 and 3.18? It does the same thing as 3.17, but it's on a new backend server. All right, sorry. That's not the case. The Luna Maria, and I'm not going to keep going on about this. There is plenty of resources to show you that the difference between the two ships has to do with the equipment they have in terms of defensive and weapons. That's just the case. You can go look up at the original PDF here. Perfect. There's your direct source for The brochures will tell you the differences between the two. In fact, there it is. Modular med bays. Modular med bays. The innovative modular layout of the Apollo's medical bays permits maximum efficiency and tailored levels of medical support to suit all levels of projected severity, while also supporting a more balanced configuration for patrol and general emergency. No, you weren't. You told me ahead of time that it wasn't modular, that it was different, and I was pointing this out to you. So, okay, you just read about it. Okay, excellent. So we can get off of that topic. I'm trying to find the actual thing to show it to you because I figured like that was the only way. All right, let me do this. Capsule. So for those of you who don't know what a capsule is, I'm going to be doing stuff that's not me talking to chat. I'm going to be talking more for a video. It's slightly clickbait, but we're going to talk a little bit about the additions for like what was this year, and doesn't really matter that we have only one major patch this year.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Free, y'all.
Okay, have that. There we go. All right. All right. So, what the blocker for hiring AI for turrets for tier 0? AI functioning, North. They need to have AI functioning in game, and the level that they showed off at CitizenCon, which they're not going to be able to do until 4.0. So the blocker is server meshing. Sound should be on, honestly. I don't know why the sound isn't going through. It should be on. All right. So, here goes nothing. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. Tiny little capsule. Little bite-sized bit of my Office Hours live stream, which is live on Thursdays at 6 p.m.? No, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm trying to do a top of my head. Come join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub or youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive to talk about Star Citizen. We talk about the latest news. We talk about lore. We do AMA hangout. Here's chat here. Say hi, chat. Tell them that it's pre-recorded because I know you're going to do that because you're all trolls. But that chat will go through and you'll be able to see this. But come join us live. Love to have you here. As always, make sure if you enjoy this video, if you've been enjoying these sorts of content, to like, subscribe, hit the little bell icon to be notified when these go up, and of course when we go live for these broadcasts. And new thing, I'm going to put it right here. If you are new to Star Citizen, if for some reason you've decided to purchase Star Citizen because of this video, or the first time it made you realize that, make sure you use the referral code for another 5,000 in-game UEC when you first sign up. And I got a little kickback as well, trying to push that a little bit more. That being said, you've probably clicked this video because I've been very naughty, and I've implied that Star Citizen might be in trouble because there's been only one patch this year. And I made a post on Twitter about this. I had some conversations with morphologists who has his own opinion on this. But the question is stated, is it a problem that Star Citizen has only had one major patch in 2022? It is a statement. It is technically true. There has been only one major patch, 3.17, which was released back in spring. But we need to have some context for, A, what this means, and then once we understand that, do we have to understand, does this mean that there is trouble? And then lastly, what was actually in the content that was released that we haven't talked about? So let's start with what is a major patch in Star Citizen. Break that down the definition. So I wanted to pull up the 3.16. So we're going to read this very beginning. This is the postmortem for Alpha 3.16. This happened in February of 2022. It happened this year. This is a breakdown of what was right, what was wrong, 3.16. They do these postmortems all the time. But there's a point in here that I want to point out because there's something that a lot of people don't realize because this isn't the first time it's happened. On December 22nd, 2021, we launched Alpha 3.16, Return to Jumptown, which introduced a number of new features and challenges, including the release of the dynamic event Jump Point 2.0, the Gravlev rework, and the derelict ships with traps to avoid and valuables to secure. It was a unique patch cycle. As we mentioned in the roadmap roundup back in December, Star Citizen Alpha 3.15 took longer to get out the door than we had initially planned, which limited the amount of time we had to stabilize the 3.16 codebase. For this reason, we opted to branch from the 3.15 development stream to avoid risking overall stability, which has been the best we've had in years. Ironic considering where we have now. Taking this approach meant that we'd operate on the same code base that is currently on the live servers while manually integrating 3.16 features, specifically those we deem low risk to integrate. So, why do I point that out? Well, the argument could be said that Alpha 3.16 was not a major patch because it was in fact a branching code from 3.15. It's effectively a 3.15.x patch, but they called it 3.16. Which gives us a concept that, in reality, CIG doesn't even think a 3.x patch is actually that important. They're not major patches. And obviously, what matters is with the content that goes into it. So that's a good context for right now. So CIG is inconsistent when it comes to these patch designations. So you can already see that pretty much just because we had 3.17 doesn't mean much. And there are several references that Jared has even made on Twitter, Discolando, who, and probably multiple CIG developers at this point, which will mention that 3.17.2 was called 3.17.2, which released in August, not because it was 3.17.2, they would have called it 3.18, would have been labeled as a major patch, but for other reasons. And those reasons are, to be quite frank, CIG's sidestepping controversy. For some reason, they got beholden to the idea that 3.18 was going to have PES, persistent entity streaming, salvage, and all of the other, cargo refactor, and all of the major things that Chris had hoped for when he wrote the letter to the chairman back in May of this year. So they couldn't call 3.17.2 3.18, which, as we saw with 3.16 and 3.15, they would have done in the past because of a marketing issue. So for all intents and purposes, CIG would have called 3.17.2 3.18, possibly even 3.17.4 3.19, though it's hard to tell. So again, the argument about major patches is pretty moot. But let's take a look at the other content as well. It actually was released this year. So, 3.17, DNA textures update, So this is also not the full picture because this isn't everything that was released for 3.17. We had planetary navigation mesh, which was added. We had dropships and reinforcement, which was added. And we had the coffee vendor, the vaunted coffee vendor. Then for gameplay, we had derelict, reclaimer, and space missions. Reclaimer space missions. We had Siege of Orison. We had illegal delivery missions, which I forgot existed actually. Selling items to shops and ship-to-ship refueling, as well as mining gadgets. So we got a lot of content there. We got the C8R Pisces, the Drake Cutter, the Steve, the Great Drake Corsair, the Centurion, the Drake Mule, the RSI Scorpius, and the Hull A. All were released in the 3.17 patch cycle to a degree. A lot of ships, a lot of different variety. And then River Tech. Now, the one thing we don't see on here, which is also added, was the scale and size of players per server. I believe they maxed out at something like 120 to 140 people per server, which is more than twice that of the original server size. So the question is, again, likely more personal. But considering everything that's been added to the patch, personally, I don't really think that it was that bad of a year, nor that I also take umbrage to the idea that nothing was added this year, or that it wasn't a significant year. Plenty of things were added that people forget about, but I do believe that the reason why some people may be more upset about what was coming out this year, even removing 3.18 if 3.18 doesn't make it this year, because it very well could not be as of this recording. It could be in Wave 1 right now. It could be released by the time you're watching this at the end of 2023. I don't know because I don't have a crystal ball to see this. Does not look good for right now. We'll talk about that in a moment. But 3.17 was not a bad year. It wasn't the best year Star Citizen ever had. It wasn't the worst year Star Citizen ever had. There were some significant milestones. The number of players per server increasing is a huge one. Moves Star Citizen more towards the MMO it's trying to be. Siege of Orison was pretty big, added a lot more content to the game. Refueling, while not valuable now, was invaluable. Oh, and the other thing I keep forgetting is the quantum system was added for 3.17. For those of you who don't know, the quantum system is the beginnings of the dynamic mission system that will be added in the future. All fuel and repair costs are handled by the back-end servers, and there's even the combat missions are controlled by a dynamic system, which scale and randomly populate based off of what's called probability volumes. It's an entire different thing on the back end. That part was added as well, but people forget about. So, refueling, again, not really valuable now, but valuable in the future. Selling it's a pain in the ass, but it works. And it is a big addition. You can start selling things that you find for looting. New ships. Let's look through the gameplay features again. The mining gadgets, kind of illegal missions. The space missions, things like the Black Kite missions and the Hollow mission. I can't remember the Crash mission as well was added. You also have dynamic navigation on surfaces. You have ships bringing AI in for reinforcements. You have derelict outposts, which were added in 3.17 this year. There's a lot of stuff that was added that adds functional, real-world, real application gameplay. But because it lacks a lot of the flash of something like Pyro, I think a lot of people would put it down this year. Personally, I don't think so. So, is Star Citizen in trouble? Is this a sign that CIG is going down the wrong path, that Star Citizen is going to fail? No. We also knew as of May, because of the letter from the chairman, from Chris, that there was always going to be a longer sort of timeline for this year. And Chris was, as always, ambitious, though did often say that they had really no idea how long it would take to get PES stabilized. Even mentioning it might take months of testing to get in PTU before it comes out, which also begs the question if even 3.18 as of right now will be released in 2023, or even released in early 2024, in 2022, if it released in 2023, or even later in 2023 because of more testing needed for stability. So we still don't know at this point. That being the point being that we already knew that this was going to take a longer time. PES is a huge milestone for the game in terms of basic functionality to increase players. One of the things gameplay. One of the things we've known for many years that CIG is reticent to admit is that they were reaching the upper ends of their ability to code. The amount of entities that respond into the universe was far too high, and they couldn't add more things into the universe without things like PES and server meshing. So PES being added should take some of the strain off of the servers and allow them to develop more content, which we can see based off of the addition of PES to the main branch of development in Star Citizen. Already we start to see a lot of new content that's being made in the monthly reports. By the way, if you want to know more about the monthly reports and those sorts of updates, right over there, you'll see a link. I do a monthly report read every month. I go through the entire monthly report. I don't cherry pick. I read the whole thing. And so you get a better context for what is going on in Star Citizen month to month. And based off of that reading, there's a lot of new stuff that's been added. So the future does not look grim at all for Star Citizen. In fact, it looks brighter than it has been in many years. New faces in the game, brought a lot more people, the biggest funding year they've ever had, new content, big technical milestones being achieved and being pushed out. 2023 is looking to be one of the best years that CIG has ever had. With that all being said, anything can happen. It all could end tomorrow. We don't know. But as of right now, there is not really a lot of warning signs and red flags for Star Citizen being in trouble. It's quite the contrary at this point. But I do want to hear your opinion. What do you think? Do you think CIG is on the road to nowhere? Do you think we're all that the game is going to collapse and fail, that it's time to bail out right now? Or do you think 2023 is going to be the year of the Jesus patch, the best year for Star Citizen? Are you in between like myself? Let me know in the comments below. And as always, remember, nope, you did the right one. As always, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, I had to finish up the recording. So what do y'all think? Clap. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about this year? Do you think this year was a bad year, a good year? Do you think we should be worried about the future because there's only one? Cut, print, exactly. Once more with feeling. I tried to be a little bit more calm. I tried to be more pacing. But I didn't want to get riled up about it. That's lettuce wrap. 10 years, $500 million. You know what? And it'll be 20 years at $1 billion. 20 years at $3 billion. And the game will still be in beta. 318 not going to live till January. Okay. I'm heading right to Pyro. I'm going Jesus patch. Okay. Best year yet. More content now than any other point in development. Good damn year just for CIG. 2023 will tell us a lot about the future of the game. Yeah, nothing topped that 14-month stretch with no updates. That's true. I didn't bring that up, but 2.7 was 2.6.3 was fucking rough. Still gonna huff my hopium, and that 3.18 releases live this year. I mean, I'm in the middle. I'm new, came in June, so I can't complain. Okay. I think Star Citizen was going to fail. It would have done so a long time ago. 2023 is going to be great. Okay. Not worried yet. We made progress. 2.6.3 was so long. Yeah. All of the 2 builds were rough. Star Citizen? This year? I don't think they were that rough. In fact, 3.17.2 or the 3.17 or 3.17.2 brought a huge amount of performance boosts. It's a foundation year. I mean, this year was a foundation year. Next year will be a foundation year as well. 2.0 year. Oh, okay, 2.0. Yeah. They were rough. 2.6.3 was pretty stable, if I remember correctly. It wasn't too bad, but I hope they never release 318. Change frightens me. Damn, there's only been 2 assets that I have to pass down to my grandnephews. My safe of guns and my hangar of ships. One of those will appreciate in value, and it's probably not the guns. 1 billion in 10 years is comparatively small beans. There are games that make that bi-monthly. Yeah, there are games that make $500 million in less than a year with less content. I was waiting for those bots to show up. I prefer to take their time. I'd rather discuss game features coming next patch than watch the asphalt dry on the road to 4.0. Think we'll get new ships released for 318? At this point, probably not. Not with what they have now. Probably a 318 patch, but is there much lore around the Hornet and its development, or around Aria Riley, or or other than Anvil makes she flies one? Yes, there is actually. The Hornet was developed in the late 28th century. It was the first ship after the first Anvil ship, the second Anvil ship to be sold to the UE military after the Terrapin. It was there to replace the aging Aegis Avenger. And well, that aging, the Avenger was fine for what it did, but it didn't really match up to what the UE Navy needed, which is lots of guns and some armor against the Vandul. And it was developed specifically to counter the Vandul, or as like an early counter to the Vandul, also be able to still tangle with the Xi'an. And when it was developed, there was a lot of hubbub because there was not a lot of protection for many remote places in the Empire in the early 30th century, early 29th century. So people began to request Anvil build a civilian version of the Hornet. And they were caught off guard by it. They wanted to, so they went to the UE and asked. The UE allowed them to build a civilian version. So they built the civilian version alongside the military version, and which became a tradition that they did from then on. Pretty much if they were allowed to, they'd make both the versions at the same time, which most companies do nowadays because of Anvil's success. Aria Riley was a member of Squadron 42. She was one of the fighter pilots in Squadron 42, and she was a meticulous calibrator. She wanted to make sure that anything she could do to a ship, she could do in training and testing to ensure that the ship was as good, up to her standards as possible. She was absolutely a perfectionist when she came to flying. And no ship withstood her tests until she met the Hornet. She literally tried everything to make it fail every test she could throw at it. She famously once said, "It's like the damn ship is cursed to succeed." She was almost frustrated by how good it was at what it did. And as a result, she flew the Hornet for her missions from then on. She was so good that she eventually was promoted to the rank of captain and eventually became the captain of Squadron 42. She was the leader of Squadron 42, or the commander of Squadron 42, and is pretty famous. She's a famous ace. She retired or possibly died in the early 30th century. So that's Aria Riley and the Hornet. Hopefully there's lore made in game that is recorded and kept in game, like a library of some game records. There is, and there's even the place is called the Ark. Give me Hornet, watch me fail. Will static server meshing fix the issues with the NPCs? Possibly a little bit. A lot of the issues with NPCs are the NPC code sucks ass, and they completely threw it away, even though they backtracked that. They did throw it entirely away. They rebuilt it from scratch using the same base functionality, but the behavior they changed. So that the current system we have now is garbage, and it's completely irrelevant. It's legacy code at this point. So they have to bring in the new code in, but they won't bring the new code in to replace the old code until after 4.0's come out, because there's probably just not enough bandwidth. in terms of there's not enough entities being able to be supported. Once 4.0 comes out and you have server meshing, each server can hold, effectively, if you have 2 servers per system, right now we have 1 server per system. So if you split that in half, you could probably double the amount of entities that exist in that server and still have the same performance. So it should allow for more NPCs doing more complicated tasks with that system. So that's a long way of saying it should for a lot of reasons. I'm going to enjoy the product, however long it takes, yeah. Is there lore on how the Buccaneer aped the Hornet's design? No, but fucking Drake is 100% not against stealing that. Good evening, Professor. Hey there, all. How you doing? I'm doing good. Going good there, sir. Revenue. I asked this before, but I wanted to hear your opinion. What's up with the AI? If you look at other games before Star Citizen, the AI, either enemy or NPC, are fine. In fact, much better than Star Citizen. Why? Because AI was not really designed early on. Like what you're seeing right now, EMAT, for Star Citizen, for a game, is that Star Citizen is still, I know it's been 10 years, but it's still in early development. Star Citizen is still in an early stage of its development, so the AI systems are very rudimentary. And even CIG recognized they were garbage. They weren't doing what they wanted them to do. And so early on this year, they completely scrapped the system and rebuilt it from scratch. But they haven't added it to the game yet because there's just not a lot of... They wouldn't be able to function well in the way that Star Citizen currently is handled. So a lot of... and that's not to say the AI is completely unusable. It's fine when the performance is not garbage on the servers. The answer is AI is bad, not because the AI is bad, but because the servers are bad. Because the performance around the servers are bad, and they have to fix the server performance, which requires PES and server meshing. M24 tuned back to this point, it's still better than 263-0. Yeah. If Gen 12 really bumps FPS, it will bring new friends back in. They tried a while back and the frames held them back a lot. I don't think Gen 12 will necessarily improve it, but I think Vulcan will, which I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Vulcan in 319. Why did CIG shift from having the Hornet as Squadron 42's hero ship to being the Gladius now? Because Squadron 42 got split into three parts. Effectively, you had the beginning of Squadron 42, which is what we have as called Squadron 42 right now, which was you and a Gladius training and flying. The original ship was supposed to be the Pegasus, in fact, not the Idris, and then they kind of scaled up the Idris and kind of worked that around. But I think the original idea was you'd have something like an Idris where you started off with, and then you got transferred to a Pegasus for part 2, and then part 3 you would have gotten, like third act of the story, you'd be transferred to the Bengal. And while you move that progression, you would eventually fly the F7A, Mark II F7A. So the reason why is because part 1, we have act 1 of a 3-act play, and that act 1 is the entire game of Squadron 42, and it's still nuts. Like last I heard, any discussions about length discussed by Aaron Roberts was 20 hours for the basic gameplay, an additional 20 hours of side missions, for a total of 40 hours of content for Squadron 42 Part 1. The wait for 318 PTU continues. It sounds like that they, from leaks, that they narrowed down the vehicle issues that they were having, the vehicle customization issues, that they solved that problem with the latest Ivacati patch. So that should mean that the Wave 1 may happen tomorrow with the next patch, but yeah. Could you rate this year from 1 to 10? 6. 6 to 7. High 6, low 7. Kind of thing. It wasn't the best year Star Citizen's ever had. It has some significant improvements in terms of performance and a lot of other additions, but it definitely was not the biggest WoW show that could have happened. Vulcan is going to make the difference. Vulcan is the thing that allow for them to scale to from potato to God PCs. Hey, Aztec. Any reason zero-G push-pull hasn't been implemented yet? We're waiting for these systems first. Zero-G push-pull is, they showed that off in the end of CitizenCon this year. The answer is the reason why it's not been implemented is because it's being put into Squadron 42 first. As part of the new EVA system that completely revamped it. I just like to see desync in the bunkers go away. That's not going to happen until PES. Or possibly server meshing. You're up bright and early, Ostek. No, I don't think it was a bad year. I think it was a better than average year, but it was more along the average side of things. We've had worse years. We've had better years. You've been up since 6:55 a.m. your time. Oof. That's pretty exciting for unique ships and new building blocks UI coming out. Yeah, I think again, CIG is running up into their old enemy, which is bandwidth, developer bandwidth. You just don't have enough people to develop a lot of this stuff. What was the best year? The best year was arguably the year that 3.0 came out. No. Yeah, I'd say 3.0. We just had so much shit that year. The year after that. Like 3.0 came out, and that year after that we got mining. We had better performances. We had the original Jump Town. We had a shit ton of stuff happening in the early 3.0 days. Like early Jump Town was different. It sounds like a you don't understand, man. It was different. It was very different because it was always on. You could go there at any time, and you would roll the dice. Either you would experience nothing but pure chaos and anarchy, or you would experience nobody. But there was always that excitement. It was always a reason to go to Jump Town. It was a reason to hop on and play the game on a daily basis, because you could go there and have fun. It was always repeatable, and even if there wasn't people there, you could make money. There was no reason not to go. It was brilliant, which is why the event is a shallow facsimile compared to it, because it only runs for a certain amount of time, and lots of other issues like that. What's been the rollover tech showing in Squadron 42 to PU? When do you expect EVA 2.0? Well, the new movement system, the kind of parkour, that whole thing has already been added to Star Citizen's release schedule. It's already been added. It was in the monthly report, last monthly report, as starting its process to be moving to the PTU, into PU, to Star Citizen from Squadron. So that should probably come out at the earliest in 3.19, more likely at 3.20 or 4.0, whatever, like towards the end of next year. So I'd expect most of the things we saw at CitizenCon to be either implemented or in the process of being implemented by next year. Jump Town safe? Oh, fuck yeah, man. 3.0 was 2.18, yeah. And if I remember correctly, Jump Town was 2.19. It was in February of 2019. So it was like a 3.1 to 3.2 was when it was happening. I remember correctly, it was 3.4 or 3.5 was a fantastic addition. Did they ever say if the Titan suit was going to the PU? No, it's Squadron only. It's a boss battle in Squadron. It may come to the PU at some point, but it's coming to Squadron first. So, and because it's such a key part of Squadron's story, it's likely not going to be in Star Citizen until after that. Oh yeah, for those of you who don't know, Squadron 42 has redonkulous numbers of influences from Dark Souls. So be prepared for that. Is it a pipe dream to be able to walk inside a UEE Retribution? No, but it is in Star Citizen, I think. Is Squadron 42 a linear story or more open world? It's a linear open world. You are a member of you are a lieutenant flying a ship in the Navy. You go where your commanding officer tells you to go, and you complete the missions your commanding officer tells you to complete. So you are going from point A to point B. There is a mission path you take. However, how you accomplish those missions will change how people react to you. There's different approaches. So the way that they've talked about it is, you could do entire missions nothing but stealth. You could go in guns blazing. You could do a combination of the two. You could try to find alternate entrances and exits. You may have to do more jump puzzles or platforming to be able to get to where you need to go. The option is to give you a objective and just say go. You are completely in control of doing what you want to do and how you want to approach it, which you want to do side missions, how the process upon which you take, all of that, to allow for replayability and for differentiation. And each of those decisions you make will have an impact on the last part of the game. I do not believe you're going to be able to completely have a different ending from somebody else. The ending of Squadron 42 is going to be the same as it is for you as it is for everybody else. But who is there and what remains will probably be impacted by your own experiences. That's just from my own, that's a little bit more supposition on my part, because that's exactly how Chris Roberts did Wing Commander games. So it's not an open world. It is in the sense that you can go to locations in the system that you're in, but it's not not a pure open world. You're not going to be able to go anywhere. But this is your mission area. You can go anywhere in this mission area. So it's not like Halo where you're going down corridors, but it's not, GTA where you can go do whatever you want to. It's a little bit in between. There is a large area you can choose to, and how you approach and the stages upon which you approach is completely up to you. But there is a mission goal. Oh man, I fucking wish this was as good as Titanfall 2. Random, but what's the plan of having a civil war again? Charon 3. It's a Warframe style open world. Yeah, it's the best way of putting it. It's an open arena. Yeah. But the arena is the size of a planet. So it's like the size of a system. Like it'd be like having, effectively it'd be like saying, you're in the Stanton system. These are your missions in go do this mission in the Stanton system. And there are some side quests you can do while you're there. So like you're going to go to Daymar for this mission, but there's also a side mission that'll take you to Yella to be able to do that first. But in theory, you could fly anywhere you wanted to in Stanton to accomplish that mission. It's a whole new world. Yeah. I love Titanfall 2 story is still the best shooter story that has ever been done in the 2010s. It's the best shooter in the 2010s, bar none. I've never experienced anything better than that. It's so good. It's as much an open world as the military allows, yeah. It may have been. I think it was. I think Max Payne was more the aughts. But do you think the Javelin will come fully armed? Nope. They're going to stick to the original lease lore. They're just mothballed ships. Kind of like Metro, but bigger. I haven't played Metro, so I don't really know. Would you recommend playing Titanfall 1 first? No. Titanfall 1 has no story. You don't really need to play Titanfall 1 to know Titanfall 2's story, because the Titanfall 1's story is just the multiplayer. So Titanfall 2 single player is standalone. You don't need to play anything else. It's fantastic and fun. It might as well be the first Titanfall, honestly. Meanwhile, I'm playing Squadron 420, like, where the fuck are we? Protocol 3, protect the pilot. BT. As long as we don't get spammed with, hey, another settlement needs your help, Fallout Minuteman. I don't think we're going to see that with Squadron, because the side missions aren't side missions in the same traditional sense as... They're like side stories. They're more like traditional side missions than kind of procedurally generated side missions. For instance, if you watch the Squadron 42 Vertical Slice, where you go help the advocacy agent who's been captured by the slavers, that is a side mission. That is not the main mission. In fact, you get the briefing for the main mission, which is you're going to go look for a missing starfarer. Then you get a call about from that, and you can go to that side mission to accomplish that side mission. You can't play Titanfall 1 anymore? No. Oh yeah. I was definitely devastated as well in Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 was only 8 hours long, like 5 to 8 hours long campaign. It wasn't that bad. It would be cool to become emotionally attached to their ship in Squad 42 by story. For those of you who don't know, I've completely spoiled myself on the entirety of the Squadron 42 story, so I know most of it. I wouldn't say I know all the details, but I know all the twists and turns. So I don't want to say anything, because it really depends on how CIG manages the execution. Because I've seen and heard bits and pieces. I haven't seen it all put together. So it really is in how CIG puts in the execution. But if CIG goes as far as I think they'll go, it will be a very good game. When is Squadron 42 going to be playable? Not a clue. We only have speculation at this point, because CIG hasn't officially stated any release date. No matter what you hear, you'll hear say, "Oh, well, Aaron said this, and then they said this," and it's like it's a rumor from somebody who heard something at somebody at some point when someone was drunk and made a joke, made a mention. There's been no official discussion of Squadron 42 being released since it missed its original date in 2016. It has always been when it's ready. So the answer is we don't know, but speculation is 2 to 3 years. We have Squadron 42, CIG Squadron 42 level designer on our Discord, and the date he has said is unknown. They don't know. What we can get from what they've showed off and what they've told us in terms of monthly reports is that large sections of the game are finished. Like to levels that they could show off to the public and people would think it's a finished game. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the game is completely done, nor is that it's been played to make sure it's fun. We know there are, I think, 26 chapters, 26 parts of it. So each chapter, some have side missions, some don't. So there's a lot of content. And I think something like 10 to 14 are in mostly complete status, and the rest of them are somewhere in gray box or white box stages. Some of them haven't even been touched. They're basically just replace me balls. So, but in terms of actual content, they're not like, it's not like nothing's been done. There's large sections of the games that are done. They just, for some reason, haven't showed it to us. I heard Squadron 42 will be done when it's done, yeah. You don't get the Lightning. You get the ability to purchase the Lightning in game for when you finish Squadron 42. 28 chapters, yeah. I remember somewhere between 20 and 30 chapters. I remember. I couldn't remember the exact number. You got an ad, hold on, okay. Isn't Squadron 42 supposed to expect your Star Citizen character in terms of citizenship or something? Yes, but that hasn't been discussed much in a long time. Also citizenship, yeah, I should probably do one. I'll probably do one this winter, before the holidays. The problem is that nobody cares about citizenship. So the views would be very, very, very okay. Wait till Grim Hexorcist comes back. Am I part of Evocati? So I've said this before. Yes and no. I officially left the Evocati program 2 years ago for a lot of reasons, but CIG still gives me access to it. I haven't played the Evocati. I haven't played Evocati at all. So. I care because I roleplay a character who doesn't care. What are the odds of the Spirit line will be nameable on release? Low, very low. Because CIG has a lot of other things they have to do before they get back to naming ships. Though if you have a nameable Corsair, your name is on the Corsair. So. Do I see CIG becoming a publishing company for other RPG MMO space games? Yes and no. I think CIG will. So here's the thing that you'll hear this a lot from people, and I disagree with this mentality for a reason. You'll hear the statement that when Squadron 42 is done, CIG will not move more resources over from Squadron 42 to Star Citizen because they're going to roll all of those resources into Squadron 42 Part 2. So CIG will never increase the size of Star Citizen and will constantly be rolling that team in Squadron 42 over to more Squadron 42s. While that is partially true, it is untrue in the sense that what CIG plans on doing is building Squadron 42 and then effectively using that built base system and just building a new game on top of it. So they're not going to have to completely develop a new save game file system. They don't have to develop all of the basic. They don't have to develop Gen 12 again like they do now. A lot of the reasons why things are taking so long for Squadron has more to do with the fact that it's being made for Squadron and Star Citizen, and these are basic functional elements. Once those are done, the next part should just be take the elements you already have and build new levels and build new, stages and all that kind of stuff. Once you've done that, then it's easy to pump out games much faster. That's how some games can turn around a game in 2 to 3 years, because they just use the same elements they already had and then add to them. And Aaron at one point said was their plan, was to release a new single-player standalone experience, a new single-player experience in the Star Citizen universe every 2 to 3 years, once Squadron 42 was out. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. And it wouldn't be surprised if CIG took some of their internal teams and developed their own games in the Star Citizen universe, taking unique traits on it, using the engine they already built. Yes, the nameable Corsair was an early concept thing. They plan on 3 parts for Squadron 42, Part 1, 2, and 3. At one point, Part 2 had a name. It was called Behind Enemy Lines, but that was a working title that they've changed. If server meshing thing works, imagine an open world medieval MMORPG that spans an entire planet. I'd love that. I'd love the idea of a Wild West, not even planet, just like this, like the size, the massive scale of something you could do with fantasy or Wild West or anything really. Think of a GTA experience, but on the scale of an actual country, with AI running around and interacting and such. Yeah, server meshing is old tech. It's not new tech, but it's new and innovative in the way it's being used with the scale and fidelity of Star Citizen. Nothing that Star Citizen is doing is new. All of the things that Star Citizen is doing, the elements themselves have been made in other games for a very long time. The unique part about Star Citizen is combining all those things together into one game. UE land claims will not be available in Pyro, because Pyro is not a UE system. What they're innovating is the foundation upon within space. You kind of, yeah. They won't. CR said they would be though. You can still build in Pyro, but you don't have to put a land claim down in Pyro. The reason why you have a land claim is for protection and other things in UEE space. But in Pyro, you can just build wherever you want. In fact, you can build wherever you want in UEE space. You just don't have a lot of protections. Yeah. What they're innovating is the foundation to build upon within space. Yeah, a lot of the stuff is, yeah. No problem. Do I think they plan on selling server meshing tech to other studios? No, but I do 100% believe that they're going to use the tools that they develop for Star Citizen to give back to Amazon Game Studios and the Lumberyard team, because and then see what they can build with that. Yep, object container streaming has been around a long time, but never on this scale. Yeah, it's the scale and scope that CIG is going for, which has never been tried with this tech. What will you need for land claims to work? I want a better base than Elon Musk's Mars one. I mean, that's not hard, because that means hopefully you won't die when the thing explodes. All you'll need is markers, and then you'll mark out a land territory, which is a certain kilometer. I think you can put it down, and it'll irradiate out the claim a certain distance. But you don't need to build with a land claim. You can build without a land claim. Land claims just give you the property rights to it. If you put a land claim down in Pyro, it does nothing because the UE doesn't own Pyro. I want the garrison scene from Starship Troopers with pyroclabs swarming. I still salivate at the idea that we're going to have probably I would 100% believe we'll have an event raid style mission where you have to go into a pyro crab den and kill the mother. Because it's been like terrorizing a local settlement. So you have to go in and kill the entire, go in and kill the queen. And it just, like an event, it'll spawn at random times. Real question, though, when the noodle bars work. Game is literally unplayable until noodles and pizza come in. The enemy cannot push a button if you disable his hand. Hey, Midnight Wolf. I'm going to call it night here shortly, but we've been going for a very long time, but it's been good talking with y'all. Good chatting. Hey all, been lurking a bit. AstroPub, anyone translate the Banu inscription on the sextant yet? I didn't even know there was one. Oops, Xylo 30k tripped with a 30k button. Game is literally unplayable until vending machines, juice machines, and coffee machines work. You're goddamn right. Which game loop do you think will be the most difficult to implement from the technology and lore standpoint? Exploration. From a technology standpoint, that's more of a gameplay question. What the fuck is exploration, and how do you capture it in a loop? And from a lore standpoint, how do you justify a bunch of people being explorers and also making money off of it? Because, like, how do you have to get missions from various exploration groups? How does it work? That whole thing. Weaponized crabs. Open BTU? Not yet. I've had so many double dogs, please. Yes. Yeah. When can I use the bathroom in the stairs? When CIG implements bathroom tech, which I don't know when it's going to happen. That belongs in a museum. Shut up, Kilroy. It does. It'd be interesting if the expansion exploration had a scanning mechanic similar to Elite Dangerous. I don't think you're going to see something like that, though, Ferric. What systems do you think will be the hardest to build and put into the game? So, bounty hunting. Because bounty hunting is so complicated. It involves combat, medical gameplay, tracking gameplay, scanning, AI PC interactions, the whole shebang, and like jumping and quantum jumping and stuff like that. Hey, Paul, do you remember the April Fool's joke post from CIG saying they were rebuilding the planets to be flat? Yes, the Planetech 3.0, whatever they were. That was great. I'd love it when 4.0 released if they just said, okay, Pyro's available, go find the jump point. I'd love it too, but they've also said that they had they have a jump tunnel structure around it. So we'll have to see. I think they've also backtracked on that a little bit because they were like, but the lore doesn't make any sense to have it a jump tunnel because Stanton was discovered well after Pyro had become a hellscape. So we'll have to see. Yes, shitting will be in game. I constantly meme on CIG for saying that they want to put poop and pee in the game. Like, no, you don't. Shut the fuck up. They call it hygiene gameplay. Will Towhill have the regatta when they put it in? The Towhill regatta has been canceled since the major incident in the Towhill regatta. They haven't run one since then. Because of the collapsing like city, but they do have some amateur ones, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have some missions that involve it. Oh, sorry, what? I didn't stutter. They will have defecation and urination in the game. We don't know what degree or how simulated it is. They call it hygiene gameplay, but it's going to be in the game. I'm sorry, did they hire Kojima? It's Chris Roberts. Chris Roberts and Kojima might as well be the same person. Why? Immersion. Now, the argument for hygiene gameplay makes sense, which is they wanted to add degradation to ships, and players said, why don't you add degradation to clothing? And Chris Roberts said, that's a good idea. And so they went a little bit extra mile, and they said, there's a reason for your bathrooms and ships other than just looks. And what they said they wanted to do was add so that you have kind of like a stink meter. You don't see it, or like a disheveled meter. Whereas your hygiene, if your hygiene is bad, then people will, NPCs will either not do business with you, give you higher prices, or will be less likely to work for you, kind of thing, or give you jobs. So you have to, when you're dealing with NPCs, have a certain level of hygiene. So like showering and shaving, as they've mentioned. But we joked a long time ago that they're going to add poop because they have the toilets. But CIG has been awfully quiet about that side for a very long time, which usually means they still plan on it. But they don't want to talk about it yet because they don't have a full idea about it yet. Oh, no. There's an entire clip of myself, HC Vertigo, and Darionator losing our fucking minds on a captain's table, going into the detail about the poor animator that has to animate the poop, or the poor mocap operator who's going to have to physically act out how you poop in game. And then the question becomes, do you just have regular poop? Do you have diarrhea? Do you have anything in between? Do you want to have as much immersion as possible? And we just got into it and it was like, this is ridiculous. Because, they're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on this for fucking no reason. Got to supply the Endeavor farm somehow. If the new RSI Galaxy, you get a combat module, what kind of boat would it be? Probably more like a fighter bay. I don't think you'd have, because it's in the center of the ship. You might see like a big gun, but I don't know. Mid-combat. Oh no, it's overflowing everywhere. Guys, stop shooting at me. Hold on. How much do you want medical game? How much do we want medical gameplay to tie in with hygiene gameplay? The answer is yes. We need an in-game chronometer in games. We can now daily cycles. He's doing real shit for CIG. I look forward to the crash landing mechanics we have to survive. I would love it if they had to be if they made beacons get damaged and you have to reach certain altitude for post beacons for rescue. They're gonna do stuff like that. How much will our face turn red if we have to do too much dairy? Yes, indeed. He's taking one for the team. Of course, Celine comes in while we're doing the poop conversation. I bet my 300i will have a built-in bidet, baby. Yeah, probably. I think it does. Sorry, he's doing it on for the team. If you could choose what alien race you'd be in Star Citizen, what would it be and why? Banu. Because they're the Banu. They're just so fucking lovable. Damn, ran out of chaff. Quick, dump the brown water tanks. What, that mocap artist was CR's number 2, man. Will there be a number 2 rated mocap artist? CIG. See, this is why I don't bring it up too often. Because whenever the conversation comes back up to poop, everyone just nonstop in chat talks about shit for literally, like, the next 3 days. Abyssinian, the episode of Big Bang Theory, where the International Space Station crew had a spacewalk because Howard's spacesuit space turret failed. Imagine that, but a javelin scale. I haven't seen Big Bang Theory, so I don't know. Imagine how fast ships would be with no toilet. It'd be drilling into landing pads. Fuck. Could be worse. Could be peeps. Oh, God. Now he's the number 2 mocap artist. Oh, God damn it. Is the Belligerent Duck story going to continue? I think so. I think the plan is, at least. I hope I can recreate Full Metal Jacket Boot Camp. Shitty. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. If there are flatulence mechanics, who's going to be the first fartgasm? What? Drake Cuddy Black boasts the turret. His career's been really taking a dump. So when you go into the bathroom with another players using the bathroom, you'll virtually be pooping with them. Shut the... God damn it, chat. God damn it. I'm just glad this is at the end of the video, not the beginning of the video. Oh. There's an unannounced thing on the progress tracker that has like 12 teams. I wonder. I don't know what that is either. It was actually on the progress tracker at one point. It was called NPC Hygiene. Let's see if it's still there. Yep. It's still there. It doesn't start until March of 2023, though. You think I'm fucking joking here? AI off-duty activities hygiene. The sleeping behavior is a segment of our new civilian behavior system, making the AI feel more realistic. Oh, it's already done. Making AI feel more realistic by scheduling toilet breaks, sometimes washing hands, and increasing hygiene values by taking daily showers. It's already done. It's already finished. I'm not fucking lying. It's not even a meme. Y'all doubted the insanity of Chris Roberts. Now, this is only for AI, mind you, right now. Only sometimes watching hands, yes. If it's yellow, let it metal. If it's a brown, yeet that son of a bitch at the airlock. Guys, before you go, hit the thumbs up button. Yes, please do hit the like button if you enjoyed this video. If you're watching this on Twitch, on YouTube, which has a like button? I'm tired. YouTube, make sure that you subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already done so. We do this kind of crazy shenanigans every Thursday. We'll be back tomorrow for more content. Right now, it's Star Citizen then Dark Tide. I don't know about Dark Tide because Star Citizen Wave 1 PTU could be a thing. We don't know though. So it really depends on when the final high sign go no go comes up. And then Saturday we'll be doing some Star Citizen and then some Captain's Table. We'll be kind of talking about a year in review. We'll have our old friend why am I blanking? I know his name. My brain no worky tonight. Gallagher will be with us with a new face, a person by the name of Moonwatcher, who is a new content creator. Gal reached out to me and said, hey, can I come on? I said, yes. And Gal then said, can I bring my friend Moonwatcher on, who's a new Star Citizen streamer? And I said, for sure. So both of them are going to be coming on to play, Gallagher's 07, that run. So we'll be talking about year in review. We'll talk about this past year, how has it gone, and the year going forward. And that will be the last Captain's Table of this year, because the next Captain's Table would be scheduled to be on Christmas Eve. I think Christmas Eve. Yeah, would be on Christmas Eve. And I'm not doing that to anybody. So we probably won't do anything on Christmas Eve, sadly. And nor on Christmas Day. So I'm probably taking those 2 days off. However, I will be... I do have a number of hours I have to make up because Twitch has said, we'll give you a bonus if you stream this many hours. So I am going to be streaming Sunday, I don't know what. And then I'll also be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Friday up until the end of that week. So we'll be kind of doing an entire stream. And then we'll also be doing streams on the 26th, 27th, through the last week of January as well, last week of December. Some extra streams and stuff like that. So 23rd of December. Yep, that's the last day that CIG can release, will likely release 318. So my hope is that CIG manages to get Wave 1 PTU out tomorrow, and then next week they'll be slowly increasing it out to Open PTU, and we can do a lot more fun Open PTU shenanigans. But let's hope. But I am going to call it a night. It has been almost 4 hours here. I will be back tomorrow for more content. Obviously, if you like to play Dark Tide, we'll be playing Dark Tide on a regular basis. No matter what happens, Dark Tide actually had some new updates. They just recently released. For those of you who don't know, it's a co-op shooter set in the Warhammer 40k universe. So if you are interested in things like Left 4 Dead and you like Warhammer or both, then yeah, come join us. We'll be playing that one. Merry Christmas, everyone. If I don't see you, hope you have a great holiday. You too, there, Escape. Thank you for that membership as well. But I will be back tomorrow. My brain is still not functioning. Then Saturday and hopefully Sunday So like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. And remember, ex Historia at Astro.